Chapter 3498. After Yu Dongfang, there were two other young geniuses who had the strength of a 5-star god of war. Apart from Sima Rui, who was nurtured by the tidal temple, there was another unknown young genius. Most importantly, the unknown young genius was also a woman who was rarely seen in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. She was a beautiful woman with a valiant aura. Her name was Yi Dongli. Although Yi Dongli was a woman, she was dressed in men's tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her perfect figure. Although the commotion caused by the duo's strength was not as great as the commotion caused by Zhou Yongqi and Yu Dongfang's strength, many people were still talking about them. As expected from the tidal temple, it's widely acknowledged as the saint land in the Devata realms. There are more than a dozen young geniuses who made it to the 5th round. In fact, the total number of people who made it to the 5th round is only 100. Most importantly, there's a 5-star god of war among the young geniuses they nurtured. I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling that there's more than one 5-star god of war among the young geniuses from the tidal temple. I think there's more than one as well. Where did Yi Dongli come from? A woman who's not even 1,000 years old is a 5-star god of war? I suddenly feel like I've been living like a dog all these years. I agree. In the future, if anyone dares to say a woman is inferior to a man, I'll definitely give them a slap. Soon after, the 25 people who made it to the 5th round of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were determined. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, Tang Sanpao, and Zhonggu, these 3 young geniuses who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the other 22 spots were occupied by a few other 5-star god of war young geniuses and a group of young geniuses who had at least the strength of a 4-star god of war. In the 3rd round of the 5th round, 5 of the 75 people who had been eliminated would advance temporarily. They would become ring masters along with the 25 people who made it to the 5th round. As long as they successfully defended their rings, they would advance to the 6th round. Although the competition was intense, the young geniuses who had been eliminated were not as strong as the previous battles. In the end, 5 of them won and obtained a spot. Su Li was one of them. Although Su Li had just broken through to become a 4-star god of war, due to the fact that he had inherited the Thousand Tribulations sword sex ancestor's legacy, he was able to perfectly utilize the profundities of the law with his sword even though he had yet to master his own Tao. Under these circumstances, although he had just entered the level of a 4-star war god, he was stronger than most 4-star war gods. Of course, if the current him were to encounter a top-notch 4-star battle god, he would definitely be defeated. For example, the genius of the tidal temple, Hong Yuan, had displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war and defeated Su Li. Su Li, looks like you won't have any problems getting into the top 30. Duan Lingtian smiled. Barely. Su Li sighed. To think that before I broke through, I was still wondering if I could enter the top 30 with the strength of a 3-star war god. Now it seems that even a normal 4-star war god would find it difficult to enter the top 30. There are too many outstanding geniuses in this year's Battle of Geniuses. There are more than 44-star gods of war. Zhang Tianyu sighed. Many people think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this year's Battle of Geniuses. The Battle of Geniuses in the Devata realm with more than 10 5-star gods of war is worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. Currently, there are 8 people with the strength of a 5-star god of war. Among the remaining people, there must be some who haven't used their full strength yet. Zhang Tian, you could not help but speculate. The Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses continued. The 30 people who had temporarily advanced would be challenged by the remaining 70 people. Each of them had 3 chances to challenge the remaining 70 people. In the 3rd stage of the 5th round, Duan Lingtian, the young geniuses with the strength of a 5-star god of war, and the young geniuses with the strength of a peak 4-star god of war were not challenged. There were less than 10 4-star gods of war, including Su Li, who were challenged. Their strength had not even reached the level of a peak 4-star god of war. However, after a series of challenges, only one of them was eliminated. Although the 30 of them had temporarily advanced, they had all relied on their own strength to advance. There was very little luck involved, so it was normal that only one out of the 30 of them would be pulled down. The people who have advanced to the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses have been confirmed. The 30 young geniuses, please prepare yourselves for the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses in the next 3 months. Su Konghai's voice resounded in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The top 30 will be determined in the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. That will also be the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. 3 months later, after the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses ended, the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses would begin in 3 months. The 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses would also be the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. At that time, the top 30 would be determined. The young geniuses were excited when they heard Su Konghai's words. After 3 months, no one will be able to conceal their cultivation base anymore. At that time, the top 30 in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses will be revealed. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. It's finally here. I'm really curious who will be the final winner of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. At this moment, the group of young geniuses who had been eliminated from the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses were even more excited than Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses who had advanced to the last round. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, see you in 3 months. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Tang Sanpao did not leave with them this time. Instead, after bidding farewell to them, he left on his own. It was as though he had turned over a new leaf. Tang Sanpao must be feeling pressured, right? Is he in a hurry to return to cultivate? Su Li was surprised as well. What do you think? Are you still interested in going to the primordial precipice? Although the tidal temple only gave us one chance to enter the primordial precipice during the month before the 6th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. If you want to go, I can inform my master and ask him to inform Senior Uncle Ding. It won't be a problem. Duan Lingtian asked Su Li and Ling Jueyun. I want to go and have a look. Su Li replied bluntly, What about you? Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun, who remained silent. There's no need for me to go. Ling Jueyun shook his head. I've already gained a lot from the primordial precipice last month. I'm going to spend the next 3 months to digest my gains. If you want to go, you can go on your own. All right. As soon as Duan Lingtian nodded, Ling Jueyun left on his own. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, I'm looking forward to your performance in 3 months. At this moment, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian also stood up and prepared to leave. Before they left, they looked at Duan Lingtian and Su Li with a hopeful expression on their faces. All of them hoped that Duan Lingtian and Su Li would shine in the final round of the Devata Realms Genius Battle. After all, they knew each other. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. They hoped that Duan Lingtian would do well in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses and live up to the reputation of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After the 3 of them left, Duan Lingtian sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang also sent a message to Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the primeval heaven. Ding Fu sent a message to Duan Lingtian and Su Li so that they could enter the primordial precipice again. Duan Lingtian, see you in 3 months. Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before he made his way to the primordial precipice. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had returned to the primordial precipice that he had comprehended earlier. It was not wise to bite off more than one could chew. Duan Lingtian understood this principle. In the next 3 months, he planned to stay in the primordial precipice for 2 months to comprehend the law of space. He planned to use the supreme powerhouse divinity to further comprehend the law of space in the primordial precipice. As for the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, it would take some time for him to comprehend them. Therefore, he was not worried about his safety in the primordial precipice for the next 2 months. After all, his master had sent him a voice transmission to inform him that the people from the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven outside the primordial precipice had been replaced by his senior Uncle Ding. Therefore, no one would be able to enter the primordial precipice without his knowledge. Moreover, in the next 3 months, the primordial precipice would not be open to anyone in the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. 3 months was a short period of time for all the geniuses in the Devata realms to advance to the final round of the Devata realm selection. Everyone hoped to have a breakthrough during this period of time so that they could achieve a better result in the final round of the Devata realm selection. The higher one's ranking was, the better the rewards one would receive. Putting everything else aside, one would be able to stay in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber for a longer period of time. Master, Duan Lingtian pretended to be obedient and acted against you in secret. I'll definitely humiliate him in the final round of the Devata realm selection in 3 months. Yu Dongfang did not return to the residence arranged for him by the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. Instead, he followed his master to his master's residence. Initially, he had planned to cultivate by himself for the next 3 months. However, his master had asked him to follow him. His master had told him that he had comprehended the sword Tao recently, and if Yu Dongfang could comprehend it in the next 3 months, he would be able to improve his strength. Hearing Yu Dongfang's words, Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head and said, "Don't just set your sights on him, and don't blame him for going against his wishes. If it were you facing someone who wanted to possess you, and facing the same choice, what would you do?" Literature Hall. Chapter 30, 499. Although Yu Dongfang could understand Gongsun Xuanyuan's words, he did not intend to let it go. No matter what, since he promised you that he would return you a favor, he did that despite my warning. It's no different from making a fool of you, master. At that time, he must have guessed why you asked him for a favor, but he still did that. A cold light flashed in Yu Dongfang's eyes as he spoke. He exuded a cold aura, causing the temperature in the air to drop. It was as though winter had arrived. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head, but he did not say anything else. Although Duan Lingtian was not stronger than his disciple, he knew that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. However, he had a feeling that Duan Lingtian was hiding a lot of his strength. He did not see it, but it was a feeling that was similar to intuition. However, in order not to destroy the morale of his disciples, Gongsun Xianyuan did not say anything else. He changed the topic and began to talk about cultivation. Most importantly, he was only 1 step away from mastering the sword principle that he had figured out. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he were to face Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was ranked 4th on the emperor ranking of all heavens. Ding Fu's current strength was only because he had mastered the devouring Tao of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. As long as Gongsun Xianyuan mastered his own sword principle, he was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in a fight with Ding Fu. Of course, if he wanted to defeat Ding Fu, he would need to improve further. Duan Lingtian is known as a genius in the sword principle. After meeting Feng Qingyang for 100 years, he mastered his own space sword principle with Feng Qingyang's destruction vision. Gongsun Xianyuan sighed. You should learn from him in this aspect. Of course, it's also because you're not as good as Feng Qingyang. You haven't mastered your own sword principle yet. Upon hearing Gongsun Xuanyuan's words, Yu Dongfang shook his head and said, "Master, everyone has their own fortuitous encounter. Who knows if Feng Qingyang had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to grasp the power of destruction? Moreover, he must have had a great encounter when he was trapped in the Azura Hell. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come out as a deity," you said. Yu Dongfang said, "Most of the time, luck is also a part of strength." Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head. He had no intention of using this as an excuse to console himself. "I'm not as good as him now. This is a fact." "Master, Even if you're not as good as him, I'll show everyone in the Devata realms that the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Xianyuan is stronger than the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of Solitary Destructive. Yu Dongfang said in high spirits. During the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven had arranged 3 residences for the participants. A group of young geniuses living in one place. The heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms were arranged to stay in another place. On the other hand, the high-ranking officials of the Tidal Temple were arranged in different locations. As the host of the Devata realms battle of geniuses, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main hall, and the person with the highest status in the Tidal Temple, Su Konghai had his own private and secluded residence. It was a quiet valley that the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven had arranged for Su Konghai to stay in. At this moment, Su Konghai was sitting cross-legged in front of a small waterfall at the side of the valley with his eyes closed. Nobody knew if he was meditating or cultivating. Swoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from Su Konghai, like the wind. Looking at him from afar, the figure greeted him faintly, "Martial Uncle Su. Are you confident?" At the same time that Su Konghai asked, he opened his eyes and looked at the other party. "Based on the strength they've displayed so far, I'm 100% confident," the young man said proudly. "I don't think there's a second 6-star god of war." Su Konghai said, "There's no doubt you'll be the winner. Even if there's a peak 5-star god of war among them, they won't be a match for you." "I'm not that optimistic." The young man shook his head. "What's wrong? Do you feel threatened?" Su Konghai asked curiously. "Who are they?" "2 people. The young man's eyes gleamed as he said unhurriedly, "Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun." "Them." Su Konghai was taken aback. "Why are you talking about them? You can even say it's Yu Dongfang, Zhongguiyu, or Yi Dongli. Why do you say they're a threat to you? You know Duan Lingtian. He's only 600 years old, and it's already impressive for him to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. Even if he has mastered 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, he can't do 2 things at once. I think he's already mastered all the laws of space that he has comprehended." When Su Konghai mentioned Duan Lingtian, there was still a gleam in the depth of his eyes. Apart from that, there was also a hint of greed that was difficult to detect. "Yes," the young man nodded. He knew what Su Konghai was talking about. "How much do you know about Ling Juyun? Do you know how old he is?" Su Konghai asked. "Those who participate in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses are all younger than 1,000 years old." "Junior Uncle Su, are you trying to tell me he's younger than Duan Lingtian and Su Li?" the young man asked. "He's about the same age as Duan Lingtian. They're both 600 years old." Su Konghai's eyes glinted as he said bluntly, "Gasp!" Almost at the same time as Su Konghai's voice fell, the young man couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His face was aghast, and his eyes also showed waves of shock, unable to calm down for a long time. "Junior Uncle Su, how did you know?" the young man asked again. "Are you mistaken?" Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Su Li, it was already shocking for them to possess their current cultivation bases when they were only 600 years old. However, his junior uncle Su said Ling Jun was about the same age as them. "You should know that apart from those who are guaranteed by the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, the participants in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses were all brought here by the Tidal Temple's branches. Although the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms didn't test their bone age, they would still be tested after the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses ended. Generally speaking, the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms must have tested the age of the heavenly emperors before bringing them to the Devata realms to participate in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. It's basically impossible for the heavenly emperors to cheat. If any heavenly emperor dares to play favoritism in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, not only will his reputation be tarnished, but the Tidal Temple won't let the matter rest either." Su Konghai said, "If Ling Juyin was brought here by one of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, it's only natural that I don't know his exact age. However, the problem is he's with the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms. He's with the tidal temple's Feng Qing Tian's branch. Feng Qing Tian's branch has tested Ling Juyin's bone age, and it's less than 700 years old. Feng Qing Tian's perception of Ling Juyin's strength is only at the level of a 3-star or 4-star god of war. However, Ling Juyin's strength is at the level of a 5-star god of war. Do you think they're a threat to a 6-star god of war who's less than 700 years old?" Su Konghai studied the young man from head to toe. "Aren't you worrying too much? Even if you're worried, you shouldn't be worried about the two of them, right? They're too young. It's already heaven-defying for them to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war. It's impossible for them to possess the strength of a 6-star god of war." Su Konghai's words were filled with certainty, as if he felt that his thoughts were correct. "I hope so." The young man nodded. "However, the feeling they give me is indeed different. Junior Uncle Su, you should have heard from my master that I have an innate intuition. This intuition has allowed me to escape from the 9 Serenities battlefield several times." Based on the young man's words, it was obvious he had entered the 9 Serenities battlefield before. "I've heard of your intuition before. However, there are always times when intuition is wrong. Don't tell me your intuition isn't wrong?" Su Konghai asked. The young man frowned slightly. "Sometimes, after my intuition sent something, I'd leave immediately without checking if there was any danger. At that time, I didn't dare to confirm if my intuition was right or not. Moreover, there was a time when my intuition was wrong." The young man said, "Isn't that enough? Intuition isn't omnipotent." Su Konghai said, "I hope so." The young man nodded. "Moreover, even if both of them are 6-star gods of war, so what? I heard from your master that you've killed 9 6-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, right?" Su Konghai asked. "Yes." The young man nodded. "However, those 6-star gods of war were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war. Even if they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war, they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war. Even if they were at the bottom of the 6-star gods of war, they were still stronger than peak 5-star gods of war." Su Konghai smiled faintly. "Don't worry. In 3 months, you'll definitely rank first in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Then you'll rightfully obtain the exploding element, celestial fruit. Even if Vice Palace Master Lu's granddaughter covets the exploding element, celestial fruit, she won't be able to compete with you. There was only one exploding element, celestial fruit, in the tidal temple. After the tidal temple obtained the exploding element, celestial fruit, many high-ranking officials wanted to obtain it so their descendants could consume it. Among them, a Vice Palace Master with the surname Lu and Su Konghai had the highest status. When the others saw both of them interfering, they could only give up. In the end, both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. Their conflict continued to intensify. Chapter 3500. For this reason, the main hall master of the tidal temple had decided to reward the winner of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses to prevent the conflict from escalating. For this reason, Vice Hall Master Lu had no choice but to give up since he knew there was no hope for his daughter. Su Konghai, on the other hand, felt the main hall master of the tidal temple was deliberately helping his junior nephew, the young man standing before him, obtain the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Since Su Konghai understood this principle, Deputy Palace Master Lu naturally understood it as well. However, since the main hall master of the tidal temple had given him a way out, there was nothing he could do. At the very most, he could only pray that someone else would obtain the exploding element celestial fruit and obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. That way, he would be able to feel better. Of course, he only dared to think about all of this in his heart and didn't dare speak it out, because once he spoke it out, it would cause universal condemnation. Everyone would say that he was an ingrate that sided with outsiders and suppressed his own people. I must obtain the exploding element, celestial fruit. The young man's eyes shone brightly. Currently, he was only in 9 palaces, celestial emperor. If he obtained the exploding element, celestial fruit, he would be able to break through and become a 10 directions, celestial emperor, and break through to the godly spirit stage. Moreover, he could use the time he saved to comprehend profundities from the law to improve his strength. Let's go back. Su Konghai smiled faintly. There's no need to think too much. Don't feel pressured. Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun, and the other young geniuses from the Devata realms are destined to be your stepping stones. Based on Su Konghai's words, it was clear he trusted the young man. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the tidal temple's trump card had revealed itself and was wary of him and Ling Juyun. Currently, Duan Lingtian was in the primordial precipice, fully immersed in comprehending the laws of space. Although the space law left behind on the primordial precipice wasn't as profound as the Supreme Master's Godhead, the space law left behind on the primordial precipice took a different path. There were many space law profundities that Duan Lingtian had never thought of before. There were some combinations that he could use right now. However, there were more combinations that she couldn't use right now because she hadn't fused some of the profundities of the law of space yet. People who comprehended any law would fuse different profundities, have different methods, and have different powers. For example, when 2 offensive profundities of a certain law were fused together, their might would become extremely powerful, and it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. However, if the offensive profundities and the speed profundities were fused together, not only would the power be guaranteed, but the speed of the attack would also be guaranteed. The fusion of profundities from a law was ever-changing. For this reason, titled celestial emperors who are proficient in the same law would have different effects when they cast their profundities. It's like this. It's like this. Amazing. It's amazing. Duan Lingtian was so engrossed in the primordial precipice that he forgot about time and everything else other than the law of space. At the same time, Su Li was also immersed in the primordial precipice. Duan Lingtian and Su Li going to the primordial precipice wasn't a secret to some observant people. For example, Lord Tethagata, the Hall Master of the Tidal Temples, Xianyuan Heaven's Tidal Temple, and Lord Yahiko of the Dead Spirit Clan, was slightly tempted when he learned that Duan Lingtian had entered the primordial precipice again. Now, Feng Qingyang should be at ease with Duan Lingtian being alone in the primordial precipice, right? Perhaps I'll succeed if I make a move now? Lord Yahiko was still hoping for a fluke. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, before he could put it into action, he completely dispelled this idea. No, it's too risky. Even if Feng Qingyang isn't here, he'll definitely tell the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven to take precautions. Based on their friendship, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven will definitely cooperate with him. It seems like I'll have to look for another opportunity in the future. Lord Yahiko could not forget about Duan Lingtian's body. He was willing to pay any price as long as he could possess Duan Lingtian's body. With 99 heavenly veins, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to attain godhood. After all, mastering 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth was equivalent to obtaining a pass to become a god, let alone mastering 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Lord Yahiko muttered to himself, as for Feng Qingyang, when I've fully recovered in 100 years, I'll definitely pay you a visit. If I can kill you, Duan Lingtian will be a piece of meat on my chopping board. Yahiko muttered to himself as his eyes shone brightly. It was as though he could already see the scene of him killing Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian being at his mercy. He could not help but feel emotional. The final round of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would begin in 3 months. Most of the geniuses who made it into the top 30 felt pressured, so they began to cultivate in seclusion as soon as they returned to their respective realms. Meanwhile, The young geniuses gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. So far, there are 8 5-star gods of war. Do you think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? I don't think there will be any surprises. I think there will be more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Who's going to be the first? I'm not sure. After all, no 5-star gods of war have fought with another 5-star god of war, so it's hard to say who's stronger. Do you think there'll be a 6-star god of war? A 6-star god of war? How dare you think about it? Do you know what it means to have a 6-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old? The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is held once every 1,000 years. There might not even be a 6-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old in 10 consecutive Devata Realms Battles of the Geniuses. There are more than 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. There might be a 6-star god of war. All of the young geniuses who had been eliminated were looking forward to the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in 3 months. In fact, they were even more excited than the 30 people who had made it to the next round. Under normal circumstances, 3 months was just a blink of an eye for the young geniuses who had been eliminated. However, 3 months seemed like years to them as they looked forward to the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in 3 months. Day by day, they counted day by day. Another day passed, another day passed, another day passed. Many people realized that this day was actually so long. Finally, the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin. 3 months had passed since the last round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had begun. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'll send a message to Su Li so he won't miss it. Duan Lingtian had returned from the primordial precipice. He had returned to his wooden house and was comprehending the law of space and the space sword Tao with the supreme powerhouse divinity. It was only a few days ago that he stopped comprehending the law of space and closed his eyes to rest. He knew it would be difficult for him to make any progress in just a few days. It would be better for him to take a break and digest what he had learned recently. It would be helpful for him to improve his strength. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Su Li was surprised when he was awakened by Duan Lingtian's message. He did not expect 3 months to pass so quickly. Hurry up and come out. Don't miss it. Duan Lingtian sent another message to Su Li, urging him to leave the primordial precipice so he would not miss the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Even if Su Li missed the final round, he would still be ranked 30th. However, if he did not miss the final round, he might be able to move up a few ranks and stay in the Tidal Temple's secret chamber for a longer period of time. It's finally time. Tomorrow is the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Let's go. Let's go back and rest. We'll have enough energy to watch the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses tomorrow. You're right. We should rest. We've been waiting for 3 months. Tomorrow was the day of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The young geniuses who had been waiting for this day for 3 months were no longer in a hurry. After all, it was getting closer and closer. Tomorrow was the day of the Battle of the Geniuses. /B, the next day, the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began as scheduled. Early in the morning, the spectator seats around the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were filled with people. Their faces were flushed with excitement as though they had been injected with chicken blood. They were the spectators of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, the main characters of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had yet to arrive. The heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's branches had yet to arrive. Instead, it was the young geniuses who had arrived too early. It was as though they were afraid they would miss out on something. After about an hour, high-ranking officials from the tidal temple's branches began to arrive one after another. Then, heavenly emperors began to arrive one after another. After that, a few of the 30 people who had advanced finally appeared and successfully attracted the attention of many people. Then, more and more people from the 30 people who had advanced appeared. When Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao arrived, it caused a huge commotion. Duan Lingtian is here. There's also Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Out of the 8 people who have displayed their strength as 5-star gods, 3 of them are from this small group. This is unbelievable. The arrival of Duan Lingtian and the others attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 3501. Tang Sanpao was the first person in Duan Lingtian's group to display his strength as a 5-star god of war. Before Tang Sanpao displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war, let alone those who did not know Tang Sanpao, including Duan Lingtian, did not expect Tang Sanpao to be a 5-star god of war. In their opinion, Tang Sanpao was a talkative and easygoing person. Although he did not talk much in front of others, he was especially talkative in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, especially Duan Lingtian. After Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian was the second person in Duan Lingtian's group to display his strength as a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian. Everyone had heard of his existence long before they saw him. It was all because of the extremely dazzling halo above his head. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. There were 81 heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Every heavenly emperor would have a few disciples. However, Feng Qingyang was the only heavenly emperor who did not have a single disciple, let alone a true disciple. For this reason, those who were in the know were shocked when they learned that Feng Qingyang had a true disciple. If it were any other heavenly emperor, even the heavenly emperor ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking, accepting a true disciple would not be as shocking as the news of Feng Qingyang accepting a true disciple before it was confirmed that he had become a god. This was all because of Feng Qingyang's unique personality. He was very different from the other heavenly emperors. Even Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, who was as famous as Feng Qingyang in the past, had many disciples and 4 true disciples. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had attracted a lot of attention before the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. In the beginning, most people thought Duan Lingtian was lucky to be favored by Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and become Feng Qingyang's only true disciple. However, Duan Lingtian continued to display his strength during the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. He even displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war before the final round of the geniuses' battle of the Devata realms. At this moment, even those who were not convinced that Duan Lingtian was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had no choice but to accept it. When they asked themselves honestly, none of them had the same achievement as Duan Lingtian at his age. Perhaps only someone as talented as Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was qualified to accept such a monstrous genius as his disciple. If Duan Lingtian is a sexless cultivator without a master, even the heavenly emperor of the Ji Brahma heaven, who's ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms, would be tempted to accept him as his true disciple. His innate talent is heaven-defying. He's only 600 years old, but he's already a 5-star god of war. Moreover, he's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. With such innate talent and a master, I'm sure he'll be an earth-shattering figure in the Devata realms in the future. Such a person would definitely make a name for himself in the realms of gods. Many young geniuses sighed as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Zhong Gu, the young genius who claimed to be Su Yixi's junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian, and the monstrous sexless cultivator who had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. It seems like senior sister didn't lie to me. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, it seems like he's on par with me. However, it won't be easy for him to defeat me with just this little bit of strength. Unless he's hiding something. Although Zhong Guiyu had such thoughts, he did not think it was possible. Duan Lingtian, who was not even 700 years old, possessed such strength. It was already shocking and heaven-defying enough, let alone the fact that such a person had never appeared in the history of the Devata realms. Even the strongest powerhouses in the Devata realms who had come from the Devata realms had not achieved such a feat at such a young age. Zhong Guiyu even wondered if there was such a person. In the realms of gods, there was no one who possessed such strength at such a young age. Perhaps there was. After all, many natives in the realms of gods were the children and descendants of gods. They were born with supreme innate talent. Perhaps not. After all, it was too heaven-defying for a 600-year-old 5-star god of war who had mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. There's also Ling Jueyun. While many people were paying attention to Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao, there were also some who were paying attention to Ling Jueyun. They had a deep impression of this mysterious, powerful, and ruthless young man. I wonder where he came from. This time, there are so many genius, sectless cultivators who have never been heard of before. They must be the disciples or descendants of reclusive powerhouses or have obtained heaven-defying legacies. Heaven-defying legacies? I'm afraid only the legacies left behind by gods or stronger can nurture such outstanding young powerhouses. At this moment, Su Li was also the focus of many people's attention. Although he was not a 5-star god of war, he was too young. So young that it was shocking. Although he was obviously not as good as Duan Lingtian. Compared to everyone present except for Duan Lingtian, he was not inferior at all. Of course, these people had such thoughts because they did not know that Ling Jueyun's real age was about the same as Su Li and Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun, how old are you? At this moment, Tang Sanpao suddenly looked at Ling Jueyun and asked without any warning. Perhaps he had heard many people whispering around him, or perhaps he had suddenly thought of something. Faced with his question, Ling Jueyun only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Tang Sanpao smiled brightly. Ling Jueyun, you must be almost 1,000 years old, right? It seems that you are the oldest among us. Tang Sanpao was obviously trying to provoke Ling Jueyun. However, Ling Jueyun did not fall for it and continued to ignore him, which made him a little annoyed. He is about the same age as me and Su Li, Duan Lingtian said. He had a rough idea of Ling Jueyun's age. After all, he and Ling Jueyun had known each other for a long time. Moreover, the sword spirit of his 7 orifices, exquisite sword, knew Ling Jueyun very well. Less than 700 years old. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed and asked subconsciously, "Yes." Seeing Duan Lingtian nod, Tang Sanpao sucked in a breath of cold air. Then he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the other 2. You are a group of perverts. However, you are all younger than me. Shouldn't you call me Brother Tang? Tang Sanpao's slightly unnatural expression disappeared in a moment. It was like a flash in the pan and was replaced by a mocking smile. This time, not only did Ling Jueyun ignore him, but Duan Lingtian also ignored him. As for Su Li, he turned his head away. Tang Sanpao was furious when he saw this. You all. After Duan Lingtian and the others took their seats, a beautiful figure appeared and attracted the attention of the group. It's Yi Dongyu. Although Yi Dongyu looked ordinary, and her appearance could only be considered delicate, disregarding everything else, just the strength of a 5-star war god was enough to make her the focus of everyone's attention. She was the only woman who had the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Of course, she was not the only woman who had advanced to this round. There were 4 other women, but the one who had displayed the strongest strength so far was her. Although the other 4 women were more beautiful than Yi Dongli, They were not as attractive as Yi Dongyu at this moment. I've never heard of Yi Dongyu before. A female 5-star god of war who's less than 1,000 years old is extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Many people sighed emotionally. That's right. There might be many female 5-star gods of war who's less than 1,000 years old in the realms of gods. But in the Devata realms, they're as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Although this Yi Dongyu is not an outstanding beauty, if I can become her Tao companion, it will be a great joy in my life. If you want to marry her, you'll have to be stronger than her. When Yi Dongyu entered the square, she received as much attention as Duan Lingtian and the others. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Yi Dongyu. Although this woman looked ordinary, she was a 5-star god of war. It was truly shocking. There were indeed many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Previously, before the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, he had asked his master, Feng Qingyang, if there were many female celestials who would stand out in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. However, his master did not say much. In fact, no female 5-star gods of war had ever appeared in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Yi Dongyu. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, why are you staring at Yi Dongyu? Don't tell me you've fallen for her? At this moment, Tang Sanpeo's voice rang from behind Duan Lingtian and Su Li. Let me remind you, a woman like her is a rose with thorns. If you want to tame her, you'll have to at least be stronger than her. Su Li, don't even think about it for now. As for Duan Lingtian, he has a high chance. Tang Sanpao said mockingly. You know her well. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Tang Sanpao. What, do you know her? Or have you ever been with her? A hint of awkwardness flashed in Tang Sanpeo's eyes before he smiled awkwardly. Not really. We've only met once. Her master is a godly spirit powerhouse. My master, that old man, when he sees her master, he has to call him martial uncle. This was the first time Duan Lingtian and the others had heard Tang Sanpao say this. Chapter 3502. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, exclaimed in surprise, No wonder I felt Yi Dongyu was looking at us. I thought she was looking at Duan Lingtian, but now that I think about it, she was looking at you. Looking at Duan Lingtian? Why would she look at him? Tang Sanpao was stunned. Wasn't it obvious? That woman had obviously stared at him a few times. However, he could not help but sigh. Women were indeed vengeful creatures. They had only met once, and it was a small misunderstanding. It had been a few hundred years, but she still remembered it? Duan Lingtian is handsome, Zhang Tianyu said matter-of-factly. Zhang Tianyu said matter-of-factly. Among us men, it seems like only Duan Lingtian's face is the most attractive to women, right? What's with that look? Are you blind? Tang Sanpao glared at Zhang Tianyu. I suspect there's something wrong with your sense of beauty. I'm obviously better looking than Duan Lingtian, and yet you go against your conscience and say he's good looking. What did he give you? If it's not much, I'll give you double. Upon hearing Tang Sanpeo's words, not only did Zhang Tianyu roll his eyes, but even Wang Ting, who was standing at the side, could not help but snicker. She felt Tang Sanpao was full of himself. Although Tang Sanpao was not bad-looking, he could not be considered handsome. At most, he was slightly above average. It's about to begin. At this moment, He Jinni spoke. Duan Lingtian and the others saw Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, flying toward them from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he looked around and announced, I hereby announce the start of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Although they knew Su Konghai was here, and the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, they could not help but feel excited when they heard Su Konghai's announcement. It was here. It was finally here. The 3 months of waiting had not been in vain. In the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the title temple will no longer list the participants. The participants will be decided by drawing lots. Most of the people present on the scene were already aware of Su Konghai's words. After all, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had always had such a rule. This time was no exception. The last 30 participants would draw lots to decide who they would fight in the first round. Do you guys think that in the first round of 30 people, there will be a 5-star war god meeting a 5-star war god? Many people were looking forward to it. Based on the current situation, out of the 30 people, 8 of them are 5-star war gods. Therefore, the possibility of the 5-star war gods facing each other is still very high. I hope that the battle between the 5-star war gods won't come too quickly. It's better to leave the best for last. Amidst the whispers of the surrounding young geniuses, Su Konghai had already taken out a large box with only one opening. Inside this box, there are a total of 30 jade pieces, each engraved with a number from 1 to 30. The person who gets 1 will fight with the person who gets 2. The person who gets 3 will fight with the person who gets 4, and so on. Now, the 30 participants who have advanced, come forward. Don't try to use your divine consciousness to check the numbers. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. In the previous Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it was said that some people had tried to use their divine consciousness to check the jade slips in the box. In the end, their divine consciousness was destroyed by the person in charge of the Title Temple's Battle of the Geniuses. The person's soul was injured, and it was difficult for him to unleash his full strength in the subsequent battles. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. For this reason, as soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the 30 young geniuses who had advanced to the final round, including Duan Lingtian, flew up into the air one after another. When they approached Su Konghai, they behaved themselves and did not dare to act recklessly. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, they took turns to draw lots and received their jade slips. After a short while, all 30 of them received their respective jade slips. What's your number? After Tang Sanpao received his jade slip, he looked at the number on it and asked Duan Lingtian and the others curiously. Ling Jueyun did not say anything. He merely opened his jade slip and saw the number 5 on it. It was obvious he was number 5. His opponent in the first round was number 6. Tang Sanpao immediately looked around and asked, "Who's number 6? No one responded. There's no need to ask. At this moment, Su Li smiled wryly and said, "I'm number 6. In the first round, Su Li and Ling Jueyun were matched up against each other. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect Su Li and Ling Jueyun would meet in the first round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian, what about you? We won't meet, right? Tang Sanpao asked Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he opened his jade slip in front of Tang Sanpao. The number 12 was written on it. It seems like we're not fated to meet. Tang Sanpao said as he opened the jade slip in his hand. It had the word 26 written on it. It was the number 26 of that person. Now, apart from number 1 and number 2, the rest of you can return to the spectator seats. Su Konghai's loud and clear voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian and the others immediately left. Another group of people also left with them. Only 2 people were left in the arena. When they left, Duan Lingtian and the others instinctively turned to look and saw one of the 2 people was Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Gu, a sectless cultivator, had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. He had claimed to be Su Yixi's junior brother in front of Duan Lingtian. As for the other person, he had only displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war. Not long after Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the spectator seats and sat down, the 4-star god of war tactfully admitted defeat. Zhong Guiyu won without a fight and obtained the first victory in the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Number 2 Zhongguoyu wins the first round. As Su Konghai announced, he continued to say, "Now, number 3 and number 4 will enter the arena." This time, the two people who entered the arena weren't one of the 8 five-star gods of war. They were two people who had previously displayed the strength of a peak 4-star god of war. One of them was even the target of Duan Ling Tian's attention. Hong Yuan. He had easily defeated Su Li previously. Su Li felt Hong Yuan had concealed his strength and was most likely a 5-star god of war. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, suspected that he or Sima Rui was the Tidal Temple's trump card. Hong Yuan. Perhaps because of this, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were fixed on Hong Yuan and the other person when they entered the arena. Hong Yuan is a young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. This time his opponent is a sexless cultivator whose strength is at the peak of the 4-star god of war. Many pairs of eyes were focused on the arena. Both of them have something in common. Before this, the strongest opponent they faced was an ordinary 4-star god of war. In other words, one of them might have the strength of a 5-star god of war. However, he hasn't been forced to use his strength. Naturally, it's also possible that both of them are 5-star gods of war. It's also possible that both of them aren't 5-star gods of war. Regardless, we'll find out soon enough. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Yuan and his opponent began to fight. Then, just as Su Li had guessed, Hong Yuan's strength was still not at full strength. In the battle with his current opponent, it didn't take long for him to display the strength of a 5-star war god and defeat his opponent in one move. This was the first time Hong Yuan had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in a Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Su Konghai was not surprised by this. It was obvious he knew Hong Yuan was a 5-star god of war. After all, Hong Yuan was a young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. As the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main palace, it was impossible for him not to know about this. As expected, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. At the same time, he felt the identity of the Tidal Temple's trump card was even more mysterious. After all, until now, Hong Yuan and Sima Rui's strength were about the same. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Number 3. Hong Yuan wins the second battle. As Su Konghai announced, he signaled for number 5 and number 6 to enter the arena. Number 5 and number 6 were none other than Su Li and Ling Jueyun. It's Su Li and Ling Jueyun. Heavens, isn't their luck too bad? In everyone's eyes, Su Li and Ling Jueyun were friends, but now, in the last round, they were facing each other for the first time. Will Su Li admit defeat? Many people thought so. After all, both of them were not only friends, but there was a huge gap in their strength as well. However, Su Li didn't admit defeat. He still exchanged blows with Ling Jueyun. Of course, just like what most people thought, Su Li lost without any suspense. Moreover, he was defeated within 3 moves. And this was because Ling Jueyun didn't use his full strength from the start. Otherwise, Su Li wouldn't have been able to withstand even one move. Number 5. Ling Jueyun wins the third battle. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Now, number 7 and number 8 enter the arena. These two people were 4-star war gods. In the end, the top 4-star war god won the battle. The other person was eliminated. Moreover, this person might still be a 5-star war god. After all, his opponent wasn't strong. Even if he was a 5-star war god, he wouldn't be able to force him to use his full strength. After number 7 and number 8, it was number 9 and number 10. Still, no 5-star war god entered the arena. These two people were both top 4-star war gods. In the end, they fought for half a day before a winner was determined. Moreover, it was only by a single thought. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who would win. Number 11, number 12. As the battle between number 9 and number 10 ended, Duan Lingtian's number was finally announced. He was number 12. Number 11 was a top 4-star war god. He was another young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple. Chapter 3503. Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the field and stared at the young prodigy from the tidal temple. This young prodigy was a top 4-star god of war. He was one of the more outstanding young prodigies from the tidal temple. Of course, he was not as good as Hong Yuan and Nangong Rui. Whether it was Hong Yuan or Nangong Rui, they had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war so far. As for the young prodigy in front of him, Duan Lingtian did not think he had the strength of a 5-star god of war. This was because he had a hard time fighting against the other 4-star god of war. Even if he tried to hide it, Duan Lingtian was still observing the young prodigies from the tidal temple. Roar! The young prodigy from the tidal temple knew that he was no match for Duan Lingtian. However, he still used all his strength and unleashed his strongest attack. He even let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a wild beast from the depths of his throat. Boom! Boom! The young prodigy from the tidal temple specialized in the law of water. As soon as he appeared, the area around him seemed to have turned into an ocean. Waves of rolling, enormous waves that contained extremely terrifying killing intent swept towards Duan Lingtian. These huge waves were different from ordinary waves. Ordinary waves would come one after another. However, these huge waves would occasionally turn into whirlpools that seemed to be able to swallow everything under the sea. The young prodigy from the tidal temple was so desperate because he had received a message asking him to unleash all his strength to see if he could force Duan Lingtian to use his other trump cards. He wanted to see if Duan Lingtian had any other trump cards. However, for a genius from the tidal temple, a top 4-star god of war, it would not be easy for him to force Duan Lingtian, who was currently a 5-star god of war, to reveal his trump card even if he unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood in the air. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. His expression was as calm as ever. There was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. Even when the surrounding waves swept over and formed a turbulent whirlpool, the expression on his face did not change in the slightest. When the vast wave came into contact with a 5-meter radius of Duan Lingtian, a shocking scene appeared. It was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a huge whale in the depths of the sea. It was as though a whale had opened its mouth and the huge waves were swallowed by it. No matter how many waves came, they would be swallowed by the waves. In the end, the young prodigy from the tidal temple's face, he knew that he would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. However, Duan Lingtian merely stood there and cast one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of control. He controlled the space and allowed the space to absorb his attack. Of the sky was, "Admit defeat." A voice rang in the tidal temple's young prodigy's ears again. It was none other than the person who had asked him to test Duan Lingtian's strength through voice transmission. This person was none other than the Vice Palace Master of the tidal temple, Su Konghai. He was the one who presided over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The gap between them was too big. Perhaps this battle should not have started in the first place. At this moment, Su Konghai's thoughts ran wild. At the same time, Su Konghai's eyes that were trained on Duan Lingtian turned even more unfathomable. A hint of uncontrollable greed could be seen in his eyes. "I admit defeat." The young prodigy who received Su Konghai's order immediately admitted defeat. "Number 12, Duan Lingtian wins." Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the young prodigy from the tidal temple left the arena. Number 13 and number 14 entered the arena. When the 2 young prodigies entered the arena, not many people paid attention to them. Most people's attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. What do you think Duan Lingtian's rank will be? He's too young. It'll be good if he can rank in the top 5. It's impossible for him to rank in the top 3. I agree. Although most of them were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength due to his young age, they still felt he was destined to be a stepping stone in the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian naturally heard these whispers. However, he did not care. Throughout his journey, he had been looked down upon by so many people that he could not even remember how many times he had been looked down upon. The best way to respond to these people was to show them how ignorant they were with his actions. Duan Lingtian, your ability to control is terrifying. As soon as Duan Lingtian returned, Zhang Tian, you could not help but exclaim in surprise, I feel that although the young genius nurtured by the Tidal Temple is a peak 4-star god of war, he's like a 3-year-old child compared to you. No matter how much trouble he makes, you can just stand there and neutralize his attacks. Even if he tries his best, it's useless. Wang Ting and Jinny nodded in agreement when they heard Zhang Tianyou's words. After Duan Lingtian, the next battle was between 2 4-star gods of war. Since one of them had won by a narrow margin, it was certain he was not a 5-star god of war. Even though he had won, it was a close call. He had suffered heavy injuries and was no longer at his peak. If he was a 5-star god of war, would he humiliate himself like that? One should know that if one was injured in such a battle, it would affect one's performance later on. No one dared to conceal their strength in such a battle, lest they fail miserably. Number 15, number 16. Unsurprisingly, the appearance of number 15 caused a commotion at the scene. Yu Dongfang, the third direct disciple of Heavenly Emperor Xianyuan, Yu Dongfang, had already displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war. He was number 15. His opponent was a lone cultivator who had displayed the strength of a top 4-star god of war. This person, Duan Lingtian, did not look at Yu Dongfang. His gaze landed on Yu Dongfang's opponent, the young man who had obtained the number 16 jade slip. This person was wearing a grayish-white robe. He had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Moreover, he looked a little timid. He was an introverted young man. But now, when facing Yu Dongfang, his temperament had changed. Although he still had a sense of shyness, his erratic eyes were focused. You're not my match. Yu Dongfang looked at the young man and said calmly. It was as if victory was already in his hands. Perhaps. The young man spoke. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. However, everyone present heard him clearly. If you don't admit defeat, I'll defeat you myself. As Yu Dongfang spoke, he moved like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he was next to the young man's father. He raised his hands, and a vast amount of energy gathered. This person is destined to lose against Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang is too strong. Everyone felt that Yu Dongfang's opponent was going to lose. Moreover, until the moment Yu Dongfang gathered his strength, the young man did not move at all. It was as if he was scared out of his wits. However, what happened next was completely out of everyone's expectations. It was as if time had stopped. Yu Dongfang maintained his posture of raising his hand and froze in the air. Even his expression was completely in its original state, giving people a creepy feeling. It's the law of time. The law of time. At this moment, not only did many people in the spectator seat stand up, but even some heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple's sub-halls stood up in shock. The law of time was the strangest law among the 4 supreme laws. It could control time and catch people off guard. Many people even called the law of time the number 1 law in the world. This was because the law of time was too heaven-defying. How terrifying was the ability to freeze time. Of course, while the law of time was heaven-defying, it was also extremely difficult to comprehend. Even at the beginning, it would take a long time to comprehend. Many people who had comprehended the law of time would switch to other laws when they realized it was too slow. As for the law of time, if one did not comprehend it to a high level, it could only affect ordinary people. This was because the law of time could only affect people who were not strong enough to suppress them. For example, the law of time could freeze time. Unless one had fused many ultimacies together, it could not affect people who had mastered the fusion of many ultimacies and comprehended other laws. However, Yu Dongfang had been frozen in time. Yu Dongfang's strength was obvious to all. He was definitely a 5-star god of war. Someone who could use the law of time to freeze him was at least as strong as him. Otherwise, he would only be able to freeze his body for a moment. It would not be able to last for so long. Chi! Chi! Under everyone's watchful gazes, the eyes of the unprepossessing young man, who everyone had already determined to be a 5-star war god, emitted 2 gray rays of light when Yu Dongfang's body regained its mobility. Almost as soon as Yu Dongfang regained his senses, the 2 beams of gray light shot into his body. In the next moment, before Yu Dongfang could make another move, his body underwent an earth-shattering change under everyone's watchful eyes. First, Yu Dongfang's long black hair turned white in the blink of an eye. Then it turned completely white. His eyebrows turned white as well. After that, his skin started to wrinkle and age. In the blink of an eye, he had turned from a young man with a strong body into an old man who was incomparably old. It was as though he had been cursed by time. This scene caused most of the people present to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. The scene in front of them was too horrifying. As far as I know, someone who can control the law of time to such an extent is at least an elite 5-star god of war. A top 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpeo's voice echoed in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 3504. In the blink of an eye, Yu Dongfang's transformation was shocking. It was as if 100 years had passed in the blink of an eye for an ordinary person. He had turned from a young man in his prime into an old man with 1 foot in the grave. The edict of time. Duan Lingtian stared at the ordinary-looking young man. He had been staring at his opponent the whole time. He had been observing this person for a long time. Every single time, not only his opponent, even the spectators felt that he would undoubtedly lose. However, every single time he would win. This was why Duan Lingtian paid attention to him. He thought this person would lose to Yu Dongfang. After all, Yu Dongfang was a 5-star god of war. He did not expect him to display the strength of a top-tier 5-star god of war. This is the edict of time's vicissitudes in a single thought. Those who are proficient in the edict of time are at least a top-tier 5-star god of war. They are almost invincible among those below 6-star gods of war. Duan Lingtian had heard his master, Feng Qingyang, mention the edict of time's vicissitudes in a single thought. It could make a person's body age and decline with a single thought. It was like an ordinary person turning from a young man to an old man. If an ordinary person was hit by the vicissitudes in a single thought, their lifespan would be depleted. On the other hand, an immortal's lifespan was endless, although it only affected the various parts of the body and prevented them from using their full strength. It would take a lot of effort for them to return to their original appearance. Bang! When the crowd saw Yu Dongfang turned into an old man by the young man's eyes, they were shocked. Before they could react, the young man pushed out a palm and easily sent Yu Dongfang flying away. Yu Dongfang's body was extremely old, and he couldn't gather his strength anymore. He coughed out blood all the way, and his aura was weak. In the end, Yu Dongfang heavily smashed into the ground in the distance with a thud. Yu Dongfang's body was extremely old. Yu Dongfang fainted after he landed on the ground. Third senior brother. At this moment, a figure flew out from the spectator stand. It was Yu Dongfang's junior brother, Tong Tuesday. He was also the 4th true disciple of Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan. Tong too went down and carried the severely injured Yu Dongfang away. At this moment, the spectators finally regained their senses. Unsurprisingly, a series of gasps could be heard. Dark horse. This was an absolute dark horse. No one had expected that the battle between Yu Dongfang and this unprepossessing young man would end up like this. In fact, Yu Dongfang did not even have the chance to make a move. He was completely controlled by the other party with the law of time, toying with him in the palm of his hand. Of course, at this moment, No one felt that Yu Dongfang was too weak or anything. They only felt that this ordinary-looking youth was too strong, so strong that it was shocking and made their hearts tremble. Didn't this Huang Quanan use the laws of fire when he fought earlier? He's actually proficient in the laws of time. Don't you see? His attainments in the laws of time are even stronger than the laws of fire. Oh my God! This Huang Quanan, where did this monster come from? Just by relying on the law of fire, he has the strength of a peak 4-star war god. And by relying on the law of time, he has the strength of a peak 5-star war god. A top-notch 5-star war god. It can't be that you don't know that those who can control the vicissitudes in a single thought technique, without exception, are all people with the strength of a peak 5-star war god, right? This kind of person is recognized as invincible under the 6-star god of war. Invincible under the 6-star god of war? That's Huang Quanan. Naturally, he's invincible under the 6-star god of war without a divine weapon. A divine weapon can break his time shackles. The ordinary-looking youth, Huang Quanan, had attracted a lot of attention earlier. However, at this moment, everyone was paying attention to him, including the vice palace master of the title temple, Su Konghai. Even he was looking at Huang Quanan with a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, Su Konghai and a group of heavenly emperors from various Devata realms sent voice transmissions to Huang Quanan in an attempt to recruit him. Naturally, there were very few people who wanted to accept Huang Quanan as a disciple since most of them knew there was nothing they could teach him. However, Huang Quanan completely ignored the voice transmissions from the crowd. Whether it was the heavenly emperors or Su Konghai, he ignored all of them. Naturally, only Huang Quanan and the group of people who had sent him voice transmissions were aware of this. Otherwise, it would have caused a huge uproar. Who was Huang Quanan? He did not even give face to the vice palace master of the title temple's main hall. At the same time, Tathagata, the palace master of the title temple's Xian Yuan Heaven sub-palace, looked at Huang Quanan with a hint of greed in his eyes. What a pity. I already have a body that I want. If there's no Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely possess you. Tathagata, or to be more precise, Lord Jihiko, thought to himself as he looked at Huang Quanan. His comprehension of the law of time is not bad. However, it'll take him a lot of effort to become a god. As for Duan Lingtian, with his foundation, if I possess him, I might even be able to become a supreme powerhouse in the future, let alone become a god. Unknowingly, Tathagata's gaze had shifted from Huang Quan and to Duan Lingtian. Flames of greed burned in his eyes, as though he wanted nothing more than to abduct Duan Lingtian and possess him in public. At this moment, the young geniuses who were watching the battle suddenly thought of something, including Hong Yuan and Huang Quanan. There are 10 5-star gods of war in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. 10 5-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old would appear in the Devata realm's genius battle. This was not something that would happen every Devata realm's genius battle. For this reason, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms had reached a new climax in just a blink of an eye. 10 5-star gods of war. Will there be an 11th one? As more and more people left the stage, another 5-star god of war appeared. Similar to Yi Dongli, she was a woman. She was dressed in a loose gray robe and had a bamboo hat on her head. The woman was wearing a veil, and only half of her face was exposed. However, just by looking at her beautiful eyes and willowy eyebrows, one could not help but feel that she had a stunningly beautiful face. Of course, there were also a small number of people who felt that although she had a pair of beautiful eyes and eyebrows, since she was wearing a face scarf, she might have been disfigured or the lower half of her face was extremely ugly. Regardless, not many people paid attention to her. What they were concerned about was her strength as a 5-star god of war. She had easily defeated her opponent, a powerful peak 4-star god of war. Before this battle, this woman hadn't even displayed the strength of a peak 4-star war god. She had only displayed the strength of a relatively powerful 4-star war god. Many people thought that no matter how strong she was only a peak 4-star war god. They did not expect her strength to be so shocking when she revealed her true strength. Another 5-star god of war. Moreover, it's a female 5-star god of war. This Lu Su Yan is similar to Yi Dongli. I've never heard of her before. It's said that the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses attracts sectless geniuses from various Devata realms. It seems like it's true. Lu Su Yan is another 5-star god of war who is less than 1,000 years old after Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun, and Yi Dongli. 11 5-star gods of war. This Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses is destined to go down in history. The group of young geniuses present on the scene were excited. Being able to personally witness a Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses that would go down in history was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Will there be a 12th 5-star god of war? Some people thought. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but think so. However, after 15 matches, no more 5-star war gods had appeared. Moreover, it could be confirmed that no more 5-star war gods would appear. Because even if there was a 5-star war god in this round, it would be very difficult to hide. In the end, 15 people successfully emerged as the victors of the 15 battles. Among them, there were 10 5-star gods of war. Although there were 11 5-star gods of war participating in this Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, Yu Dongfang was severely injured and eliminated. It would take a long time for him to recover. Next, the 15 people who were defeated will proceed to the second round. Among the 15 people, there's one person who is severely injured. He's the only 5-star god of war among the 15 people who were defeated. Due to his strength, he can advance to the next round. Does anyone have any objections? If anyone has any objections, you can fight him after he recovers from his injuries. However, it must be a battle to the death. Su Konghai's eyes flashed as he said, I've asked the Heavenly Emperor Xian Yuan through voice transmission. He said Yu Dongfang is willing to accept the battle to the death. Upon hearing Su Konghai's words, the other 14 young geniuses were rendered speechless. How could they not be willing? Yu Dongfang was a 5-star god of war. Although he was defeated by a top 5-star god of war. Why would he be afraid of them? Su Konghai nodded in satisfaction when he saw no one had any objections. Since no one has any objections, the 14 of you will proceed to the next round. The 7 people who emerge victorious will be ranked 17th to 23rd. When the 14 young geniuses were fighting for the top 7 spots, Tang Sanpao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, do you think Su Li can win? Su Li was one of the 14 young geniuses who were about to enter the next round. It'll be difficult. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at Su Li in the distance. Although Su Li was strong and had entered the top 30 in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, it would be difficult for him to obtain a spot in the top 30. Moreover, the chances were slim. Literature Center. Chapter 3505. Although Su Li had just become a 4-star god of war and was stronger than an ordinary 4-star god of war, he was not as strong as a top 4-star god of war. It was considered a good result for him to be in the top 30 of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It would be difficult for him to be in the top 23. Bang! However, even if it was difficult, Su Li was still fearless. He took large strides forward and was finally defeated by the opponent he drew, a top-notch 4-star battle god. Only the other 6 battles of the other 12 people had also been decided one after another. At this moment, the top 30 of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses had been determined. Swoosh! Names appeared in the sky above the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. They were the names of the top 30 people who had made it to the final round. The first 16 people were the 11 5-star gods of war who had defeated their opponents in the first stage of the final round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. They were temporarily in the top 16. The 11 five-star gods of war were ranked in the top 11. From the 17th to the 23rd place, they were the 7 people who had defeated their opponents in the second stage. As for Su, Li, and the others, they were the 7 people who had been defeated in the second stage. The current ranking is only a temporary ranking. There is no order. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, said loudly, according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, the people ranked 21st to 30th can only challenge the person ranked 20th at most. Only those who successfully enter the top 20 can challenge the person ranked before them. Naturally, they can only challenge the person ranked 10th at most. Only those who defeat the person ranked 10th can challenge the other 9 people in the top 10. When Su Konghai spoke, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, shifted their attention to the 30 names that had already been arranged in order. The person who was temporarily in first place was Zhong Guiyu. After Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao was in second place. Duan Lingtian was in third place. Zhou Yongqi was in fourth place. Yu Dongfang was in fifth place. Sima Rui was in sixth place. Yi Dongli was in seventh place. Hong Yuan was in eighth place. Huang Quan and was in ninth place. Lu Su Yen was in 10th place. 11th place Yu Dongfang. Behind them was a group of peak 4-star war gods. Su Li's name was also at the back. Moreover, Su Li's name was quite close to the front. He was ranked 24th, second only to the 7 people who had won the second stage. Did you notice? At this time, many of the spectating young geniuses discovered some clues. No matter if it's a group of 5-star war gods or a group of 4-star war gods ranking, it's always the person who first displayed a certain level of strength that was ranked at the front. For example, among the 5-star war gods, Zhongguyu was the first to display the strength of a 5-star war god. So he is temporarily in first place. Then Tang Sanpao, he is the second to display the strength of a 5-star war god. Behind him is Duan Lingtian. Through the attention of some observant people, others quickly discovered this point. Like Su Li, he was the first to display the strength of a 4-star war god among the 7 people ranked at the bottom. Thus, he was currently ranked at the top of the 7 and was temporarily ranked at the 24th place. Now the rankings are out. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Next, the person who is temporarily ranked at the 30th place, please come out and challenge your opponent. Of course, you can only challenge the person ranked at the 20th place at the very most. After the challenge is successful, if you can maintain your ranking, you can challenge the people ranked from the 4th to the 19th place in the next round. Su Konghai said, the final stage of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses could be considered as the final stage. It could also be said to be the longest stage of the final stage. In this stage, the rule was that the people ranked at the bottom had to challenge the people ranked ahead of them one by one. Of course, they could also choose not to challenge and maintain their original ranking. Under such circumstances, if no one challenged you, you would not be able to challenge anyone else. If someone successfully challenged you and pushed you to the bottom, you would have the opportunity to challenge the people in front of you. However, if the person ranked at the 30th place did not challenge him, he would be the last person ranked at the 30th place because no one could challenge him or even replace him. The person ranked at the 30th place was the last person in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Swoosh! As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the person ranked at the 30th place, a white-clad young man with a solemn expression, stepped into the ring and looked at Su Li as he said, I challenge the person ranked at the 24th place, Su Li. As soon as he spoke, an uproar broke out. It seems like he has given up on entering the top 20. It's obvious. If he's aiming to enter the top 20, he wouldn't have challenged those ranked below him. He must be aiming to enter the top 20. After all, the higher one's ranking is, the better the reward from the Tidal Temple will be. He's trying to pull Su Li down from the 24th place and replace him. Su Li was the first person to be challenged in the final stage of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Facing the challenge, his expression remained calm and he faced it calmly. In the end, Su Li barely defeated his opponent and retained his 24th place. However, he was injured in the process. "Are you all right?" After Su Li returned, the worry in Duan Ling Tian's eyes didn't reduce as he asked with concern. Earlier, Su Li had vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood after being hit by his opponent. "It's just a minor injury." Su Li smiled faintly. "Take a healing pill. I'll be fine soon." As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he consumed a healing pill and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. According to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, those who were ranked at the bottom were not allowed to challenge Su Li. Su Li had a chance to rest before those who were ranked at the bottom could challenge him again. If someone ranked at the 20th place, those who were ranked at the bottom would not be able to challenge him for the time being, since he would have a bye in the next round. Naturally, those who were ranked at the 20th place could challenge those who were ranked at the 19th place. This was one of the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. The same rule applied to those ranked at the 10th and 9th place as well. While Su Li was healing his injuries, the person ranked at the 29th place left the ring. He could not challenge Su Li, and he was not ambitious enough to challenge the person ranked at the 20th place. In the end, he chose to challenge the person ranked at the 25th place. Their strength was about the same, but the person who challenged the person ranked at the 25th place won in the end. He was ranked at the 26th place instead of the 25th place. As for the 26th place, all 3 of them were ranked at the 28th place. Then, the people ranked at the bottom continued to challenge the 29th place. The person ranked at the 29th place challenged Su Li, who had just recovered from his injuries. This time, Su Li managed to hold his ground. Then, it was the 28th place, the 26th place. As for the 25th place, the person ranked at the 29th place, he did not have a chance to challenge anyone since he had already used his chance in the previous round. However, during this time, more than one person had already challenged the person ranked at the 20th place, but all of them failed. In the end, the person ranked at the 22nd place successfully challenged the person ranked at the 20th place and replaced him. The person ranked at the 20th place was ranked at the 21st place, and the person ranked at the 21st place was ranked at the 22nd place. According to the order, the person ranked at the 22nd place could challenge the person ranked at the top. However, according to the rules, the person ranked at the 20th and 21st place had just fought, so he could not challenge them. Under such circumstances, he chose to challenge the person. He could either choose not to challenge. In this situation, unless the person ranked at the bottom replaced him, he would not be able to challenge the person ranked at the top. Or he could choose to challenge the person ranked at the 19th place. If he won, he would replace him. If he lost, he would still be ranked at the 22nd place. Moreover, even if no one challenged him in the next round and replaced him, he could still continue to challenge. "I challenge the person ranked at the 19th place." The new person ranked at the 22nd place was obviously someone with ambition. However, even if he was someone with ambition, if he did not have enough strength, he was destined to be useless in the end. The new person ranked at the 22nd place failed his challenge. Number 18. Because number 19 had just been challenged, when it was his turn, Su Qinghai allowed number 18 to enter the arena and give number 19 a chance to rest. After number 18 finished his challenge, number 19 could enter the arena and choose his opponent. "I challenge the person ranked at the 12th place." Number 18 was a top 4-star war god. He was very ambitious and challenged the 4-star war god who was ranked at the top. Obviously, he was not convinced that the other party was ranked at the top of the 4-star war gods. As for the people ranked at the top 11, they were all 5-star war gods. He knew that even if he challenged them, he would only be asking for humiliation. Therefore, he did not have the intention to challenge them. The person ranked at the 12th place was none other than Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was the first person to display his strength as a 4-star war god in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. He was a disciple of the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Xian Yuan heaven. He was skilled in illusions. In fact, his strength was not comparable to a top 4-star war god. However, with the help of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit, his strength was comparable to a top 4-star war god. Meng Fangui, you're only able to come this far because you come from a good family and have an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. The person who challenged Meng Fangui was a young man in black robes. He had a devilishly handsome face. When he looked at Meng Fangui, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Do you dare to use an Emperor-grade celestial weapon to fight me, Yuan Haojuan? If you want to fight, let's fight. Meng Fangui's face was calm and indifferent. Don't embarrass yourself with this kind of taunting without any skill. So what if I come from a good family? That's because I, Meng Fangui, am reincarnated. You, feel free to hide in a secluded corner and envy me, Meng Fangui. The mobile version of the website. Chapter 3506. Upon hearing Meng Fangui's words, even Duan Lingtian could not help but shake his head with a smile on his face. Those who were able to stand out in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses were extraordinary. Meng Fangui might seem like a good-for-nothing rich kid, but the fact that he was able to reach his current height despite being less than 1,000 years old was enough to show how extraordinary he was. Perhaps it had something to do with his background, but did not matter much. In the Devata realms, there were many people who came from better backgrounds than Meng Fangui, but none of them were qualified to participate in the Devata realm's Battle of Geniuses. There were at least 800 people like that, if not 1,000. After all, there were 81 Devata realms in total. There were only 8 to 10 people in each Devata realm. Could it be that there were not at least 10 people in each Devata realm who came from a better background than Meng Fan? You're seeking death. Yuan Haojuan, a young genius and a top 4-star god of war, had intended to provoke Meng Fangui into not using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. However, not only did he fail, but he was even angered by Meng Fangui's words. When Yuan Haojuan made the first move, it was not difficult to see that he was truly enraged by Meng Fangui's words. Unless he's a 5-star god of war, he's bound to lose. Many people thought so. Yuan Haojuan's loss of composure had put him at a disadvantage. Although he had made a move before Meng Fangui, it did not mean he could gain the upper hand by striking first. At this moment, Yuan Haojuan was no longer in his usual state. What happened next was just as everyone had expected. Even though Yuan Haojuan tried to adjust his emotions after rushing out, he was unable to completely calm down in a short period of time. When he realized this, he naturally became even more anxious. The more anxious he was, the more mistakes he made. It was a vicious cycle. In the end, in less than 10 moves, Meng Fangui defeated Yuan Haojuan with his Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and maintained his current ranking. Number 17. Yuan Haojuan was number 18. After his failure, it was number 17's turn to issue a challenge. However, because Meng Fangui, number 12, had just been challenged, he couldn't issue a challenge this round. Therefore, he could only choose another target. However, he didn't choose number 11 and 10, who were in front of number 12, to look for trouble. A 5-star war god wasn't someone he could fight against. He knew his own limits. In the end, he chose number 13 and successfully challenged him, replacing him. The new number 17. Because number 17 succeeded in his challenge and rose to the top, a new number 17 challenged Meng Fangui after number 17. This new number 17 challenged number 12 Meng Fangui, but he still couldn't shake his opponent's position. Meng Fangui had once again maintained his ranking. Then it was number 16. Number 16 challenged the new number 13, which was the previous number 17, and failed. Number 15 challenged number 12 Meng Fangui and failed. Meng Fangui was strong to begin with. Coupled with the fact that he had an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit, apart from his unfortunate encounter with Zhong Guiyu in the beginning, he had been undefeated throughout his journey in the Battle of the Geniuses. At this moment, unless there was a top-tier 4-star god of war with an artifact spirit, it would be difficult to shake his position. As for the 5-star god of war, there was no 5-star god of war behind him. Number 14 challenged number 13, but he failed as well. Because number 13 was the previous number 17, he had already challenged number 17, so he could not challenge number 17. Therefore, it was now number 12, Meng Fangui's turn. Number 12. Su Konghai's gaze fell on Meng Fangui. However, Meng Fangui shook his head and said, "I forfeit." What a joke! The 11 people in front of him were all 5-star gods of war. Even if he didn't have all the 5-star gods of war, he would only embarrass himself if he challenged them. After all, he couldn't defeat a 5-star god of war with an artifact spirit. If that was the case, it would be better for him to forfeit. At least, he would not be humiliated or injured. Nobody was surprised by Meng Fangui's forfeit. In fact, they found it understandable. After all, the gap between a 4-star god of war and a 5-star god of war was too wide. Even if Meng Fangui had an extraordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to defeat a 5-star god of war. After Meng Fangui, it's time for the 5-star gods of war to compete. It's finally time. The most exciting part of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. The battle between the 5-star gods of war is about to begin. To the young geniuses present on the scene, the battle between the 4-star gods of war was merely an appetizer. The battle between the 5-star gods of war would be the highlight of the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian, Yu Dongfang is number 11. He'll be the one to challenge you. Su Li's sharp eyes saw Yu Dongfang, who was sitting in the spectator seat opposite them. Yu Dongfang was looking at them indifferently. His eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as though he had some deep enmity with him. His injuries have healed so quickly? Upon hearing Su Li's words, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Yu Dongfang. As expected, Yu Dongfang was staring at him. Previously, Yu Dongfang did not even have a chance to make a move before he was defeated by Huang Quanin. Moreover, due to Huang Quan's mastery of the law of time, Yu Dongfang had transformed from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. However, Yu Dongfang no longer looked like an old man. Instead, he looked like a young man. If an ordinary person was subjected to such a technique, not only would their appearance age, but their body and lifespan would also come to an end. However, Yu Dongfang was not an ordinary person. As a celestial who had endless life, he would only age temporarily, and his body would only deteriorate temporarily. As long as he consumed medicinal pills to replenish his vitality, he would be able to recover quickly. Even if he did not consume any medicinal pills, as long as he was given time, he would gradually recover. The vicissitudes of thought will affect his strength for a period of time. As long as he's given time, he'll be able to recover to his peak. Tang Sanpao said, while Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang were staring at each other. Many people were looking at Yu Dongfang in unison. After all, Yu Dongfang was the person who was going to challenge Duan Lingtian. He was currently ranked last in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Based on the time he displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war, he should be ranked in the top 10. However, since he had been defeated by Huang Quan and in the previous round, the Title Temple had arranged for him to be ranked last among the 5-star gods of war. Everyone present on the scene thought this was reasonable. Yu Dongfang was speechless. After all, he had indeed been defeated by Huang Quan and who had comprehended the law of time. Yu Dongfang seems to have been staring at Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Could it be that there's a deep enmity between them? Based on Yu Dongfang's gaze, he'll most likely challenge Duan Lingtian. One was the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Heaven, a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was also a 5-star god of war. Everyone, including the Heavenly Emperors and high-ranking officials from the Tidal Temple sub-palaces, looked at Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang with burning eyes. Brother Feng, I'm afraid this disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heavenly Emperor will challenge junior nephew Duan. Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang and said with a smile, Junior nephew Duan, did you offend him in some way? I don't know. Feng Qingyang shook his head with a calm expression on his face. It seems like you're very confident in junior nephew Duan, Brother Feng. Upon seeing this, Ding Fu's smile widened as he looked at the arena again. At this moment, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air as everyone looked at him expectantly. Now, let's invite Yu Dongfang, the 11th contestant, to enter the arena. This will be the prelude to the battle between the 5-star gods of war. I wonder who Yu Dongfang will challenge. It was rare for Su Konghai to speak so much. As soon as he finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the spectators. The atmosphere of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses was at its peak. Yu Dongfang. Many people looked at the young man with burning eyes. The young man was none other than Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of Gongsun Xianyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan Heaven. Who would Yu Dongfang challenge? Based on the current situation, it was most likely he would challenge Duan Lingtian. Indeed, Yu Dongfang's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian as soon as he entered the arena. Xianyuan, it seems like your disciple is determined to fight Duan Lingtian. Yu Haotian sat opposite Gongsun Xianyuan, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor, Celestial Emperor of the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan, Celestial Emperor. He glanced at the battle before looking at Gongsun Xianyuan, who was also looking at the battle. It's not a bad thing for a young man to suffer a little, Gongsun Xianyuan said. Oh, Yu Haotian was surprised when he heard Gongsun Xianyuan's words. Xianyuan, based on your words, you're confident in Duan Lingtian? Although Duan Lingtian was from the same hometown as him, there were many people from planet Yanhuang in the Jade Emperor Heaven that he ruled. For this reason, he did not feel anything special about Duan Lingtian, who was from the same hometown as him. Compared to Gongsun Xianyuan's disciple, Yu Haotian, he felt Duan Lingtian was a stranger. If he could decide the outcome of the battle, he would rather Yu Dongfang win. Everyone had their own selfish motives. Although Yu Haotian was a heavenly emperor, he was no exception. Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems, Gongsun Xianyuan said as he shook his head. Gongsun Xianyuan shook his head. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if he had discovered something, but he wasn't completely sure. I challenge number 3, Duan Lingtian. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yu Dongfang finally spoke. Just as most people had expected, he challenged Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3507. Duan Lingtian was the third person to display his strength as a 5-star god of war among all the young geniuses who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. For this reason, he was temporarily ranked third in the ranking battle of the last round of the Battle of Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Zhong, Guiyu, and Tang Sanpao, who had revealed their strength as 5-star gods of war earlier than him, were ranked third. Now, it was Yu Dongfang's turn to issue a challenge. He was also the last 5-star god of war. He directly challenged Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression was calm when he heard Yu Dongfang's challenge. In just a blink of an eye, he entered the ring and faced Yu Dongfang. Duan Lingtian. Yu Dongfang stared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes gleamed brightly. I've been waiting for this moment. Yu Dongfang, will defeat you in front of everyone today because Yu Dongfang. Can't stand some of your actions. All right. Duan Lingtian merely nodded indifferently when he heard Yu Dongfang's challenge. Make your move. Nobody expected Duan Lingtian to challenge Yu Dongfang as soon as he opened his mouth. It was as though he was not interested in chatting with Yu Dongfang at all. The young geniuses were happy to see this. There's no need to waste time if you're going to fight. Yu Dongfang, make your move. Defeat Duan Lingtian and fulfill your promise. Yu Dongfang is so boastful. Will he fail miserably in the end? I don't think so. Yu Dongfang is more than 300 years older than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he's the most outstanding disciple under Gong Sun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven. He's widely acknowledged as a peerless prodigy in the Xianyuan heaven. Duan Lingtian is not bad as well. He's only slightly over 600 years old. In the solitary destructive heaven, it's hard to find another person who's a match for him under 1,000 years old. While Yu Dongfang and Duan Lingtian were facing each other, the young geniuses began to whisper among themselves. The topic of discussion was always Duan Lingtian and Yu Dongfang. Some of them had confidence in Yu Dongfang. Some of them thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no longer like before the Devata realm's genius battle. He had proven himself with his strength in the Devata realm's genius battle. So what if he was young? He could still rank in the top 30 in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. His strength was comparable to a 5-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, Yu Dongfang said. Yu Dongfang's use. Faced with Duan Lingtian's nonchalance, Yu Dongfang felt as though he was inferior to Duan Lingtian. He was instantly enraged, and his eyes gleamed coldly. Swoosh! A loud explosion rang in the air as a golden ball of light that looked like a thunderbolt appeared behind Yu Dongfang. It seemed as though it could light up heaven and earth. Bursts of light sprinkled on the bodies of the people present. It was like the scorching sun in the sky pouring down in torrents. At this moment, Yu Dongfang looked like the son of the sun. A dazzling, sword-shaped mark could be seen between his eyebrows. It was so dazzling that people did not dare to look at it directly. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a golden sword ray shot out from between Yu Dongfang's eyebrows. It seemed as though it could annihilate everything. Everything in the surroundings paled in comparison as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian remained motionless in the face of Yu Dongfang's probing attack. When the sword light approached, the path of control appeared. Space distorted and folded, forming a rapid spatial vortex that sucked in the sword light, causing it to disappear without a trace. Use your strongest move. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Dongfang indifferently before he said, Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to block even one of my moves. What did Yu Dongfang mean? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words were heart-wrenching to Yu Dongfang. Although Yu Dongfang appeared to be calm on the surface, the coldness in his eyes had deepened. It was as if everything he looked at would be frozen. As expected of the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. You're really confident, Yu Dongfang said. Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. Let's settle this with one move. As soon as Yu Dongfang finished speaking, thousands of golden sword rays shot out from the sun-like light behind him. It was like a rain of swords as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! 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 After the thousands of sword rays shot out, more and more sword rays shot out from the golden ball of light. It was as though the golden ball of light contained endless sword rays. However, Duan Lingtian remained indifferent in the face of Yu Dongfang's sword rays. His Tao of control was like a bottomless pit as it devoured all of Yu Dongfang's attacks. It devoured as many sword rays as it came. It seems like my first attack won't be able to break through your Tao of control, Yu Dongfang said. Yu Dongfang's voice sounded. His tone was sharp and high-spirited, but there was no trace of panic in it. "If that's the case, I'll break through your way of control first and show you the way of swordsmanship that my master passed down to me." As soon as Yu Dongfang finished speaking, more and more sword rays shot out from the sun-like light behind him. This was because none of the sword rays were destroyed by Duan Ling Tian's spatial energy anymore. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In just a blink of an eye, the arena in the Devata realm had turned into a sea of golden sword rays under everyone's watchful eyes. Yu Dongfang's law of metal and various fused profundities were also fully displayed. Apart from the law of metal, there was also a mysterious energy that was fused with the sword rays that shone brilliantly. "Sword Dao." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, this isn't a sword Dao at all. It's only a rudimentary form of a sword Dao." He had used his master Feng Qingyang's destruction, sword Dao, as a foundation to comprehend the space sword Dao. Therefore, he was very familiar with the progress of the sword Dao. For this reason, he could tell Yu Dongfang had only comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao and had yet to master it. However, if the rudimentary form of the sword Dao was compatible with the profundities of a law, it would still be able to unleash shocking power. Although Yu Dongfang's attack was still brewing, it still gave Duan Lingtian some pressure. Naturally, it was only a little pressure. This little bit of pressure did not even cause Duan Lingtian's expression to change. "So what if it's just a rudimentary form of the sword Dao? I can still defeat you, someone who has mastered the sword Dao." Yu Dongfang smiled coldly. Then the tens of thousands of sword rays that filled the sky quickly gathered together and transformed into a huge golden net that surrounded Duan Lingtian and rapidly closed in on him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, the net of sword rays that surrounded Duan Lingtian rapidly tightened. It seemed like it would not take long before Duan Lingtian was trapped. Swoosh, swoosh. The sword rays that gathered from all directions gathered together as they neared Duan Lingtian. In the end, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian was trapped in a huge golden ball of light. "Duan Lingtian, this is the strongest attack that I can unleash at the moment. Even if a top 5-star war god is hit by this attack, I am confident that I can severely injure or even defeat him." Yu Dongfang's voice rang out again. "And now, you have already been hit." Once this was said, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Yu Dongfang's attack was shocking and seemed to shake the heavens and earth. Many people felt that his attack was not something that an ordinary 5-star war god could unleash. It was too terrifying. Even the 5-star war gods who were watching from the side could not help but become serious when they saw Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian has been hit. If Yu Dongfang was not bluffing about the power of his attack, he should have won. A top 5-star war god is going to be severely injured and defeated? With such an attack, even though Duan Lingtian's Tao of control is profound, I'm afraid that he won't be able to block this attack. After all, he has only just mastered the Tao of control. Is Duan Lingtian going to lose? Now, even the people who were originally full of confidence in Duan Lingtian began to waver. They stared at Yu Dongfang carefully, trying to see if he was lying or boasting. However, the result disappointed them. Yu Dongfang really did not seem to be lying. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden ball of light that enveloped Duan Lingtian exploded. A terrifying power exploded as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. If not for Su Konghai's timely intervention and suppressing the aftermath of the power, the young geniuses who were relatively close to it would have been injured. The golden ball of light that exploded emitted a dazzling light that made the eyes of the crowd hurt. After a while, they were able to look inside with great effort. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, there was not a single trace of the golden ball of light that exploded. Duan Lingtian was killed by the explosion? Was he blown to smithereens? Just as many people saw that there was no one and thought that Duan Lingtian had been completely destroyed by Yu Dongfang's attack, Yu Dongfang's brows furrowed. Even if this attack of his could kill Duan Lingtian, it would not be able to leave no trace behind. Now, not only was there not a single scrap of Duan Lingtian's robe in the air, there was not even a trace of blood, not even a trace of blood. There was also no storage ring. Many people felt that Yu Dongfang's attack just now was enough to destroy everything about Duan Lingtian, including his storage ring. However, Yu Dongfang was very clear that he did not have the ability to do so. Duan Lingtian is not dead. He's there. Just as Yu Dongfang's heart sank and all the nerves in his body tensed up, a cry of surprise sounded in his ears. Then, numerous gazes gathered above his head. Chapter 3508. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian appeared above Yu Dongfang's head, stepping on a gray sword. The sword looked very strange. As the sword flashed around it, the space around it twisted and folded as if it could draw upon the power of space. Chi! Suddenly, a sword ray shot out and a crack appeared in space. It was clearly visible and ferocious. How did you escape? Yu Dongfang looked at Duan Lingtian with an ugly expression, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His technique had trapped Duan Lingtian like an inescapable net. It had even shaken space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. But now, Duan Lingtian had appeared outside. Was it teleportation? Or was it some other technique? Amazing! In the spectator seats, some young geniuses who saw Duan Lingtian appear outside and completely avoid Yu Dongfang's technique exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. There were also some young geniuses who didn't see through the trick. But when they saw this scene, they felt that it was natural for Duan Lingtian to teleport out because he was skilled in the laws of space. It wasn't until Duan Lingtian spoke that they realized how naive they were. Your technique is not bad. It affects space and restricts space so that I can't teleport. Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked indifferently at Yu Dongfang. If I hadn't mastered the space sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to escape just now. I would have had to take your blow head-on. Space sword Dao? Yu Dongfang's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that he wouldn't be able to restrain Duan Lingtian's space sword Dao, even though he'd restricted space and prevented Duan Lingtian from teleporting. The space sword Dao not only contains the laws of space, but also the great Dao of the sword. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, "You think I can't use the teleportation profundity because of your spatial restriction. However, you don't know I can use my sword Dao to break your spatial restriction before using the teleportation profundity. You actually used a single move to determine the victor? You've already made your move just now. Now it's my turn." As Duan Lingtian's voice fell, Yu Dongfang's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the golden light on his body surged. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have turned into a golden man. The scorching sun behind him had also completely merged into his body. Around his body, tens of thousands of golden sword rays shuttled back and forth. From afar, it looked like a layer of terrifying defense, surrounded by all kinds of defensive talismans. Obviously, Yu Dongfang was doing his best to stop Duan Lingtian's next move. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move? The scene in front of them caused the originally lively audience seats to become deathly silent. Numerous gazes landed on the arena one after another, looking at the purple-clothed young man who had an indifferent and carefree face. Unlike the purple-robed young man's indifference, Yu Dongfang's entire body was glowing with a golden light. It was as if a god had descended upon the world, illuminating all the darkness and making it impossible for the darkness to hide. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. He did not make a big move as everyone had expected. He raised his hand and casually slapped down on Yu Dongfang. Bang! As his palm landed, there was a crisp sound. At the place where his palm landed, The void vibrated, then folded and twisted. Many clearly visible sword rays tore through the air and fell like shadows. These sword rays seemed to have become one with the void. They followed the path of the void's distortion, which was extremely strange. If one did not look closely, it would be difficult to see the traces of these sword rays. It hit. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Lingtian's move finally landed on Yu Dongfang, who had been prepared for it. The golden light on Yu Dongfang's body surged at this moment. At the same time, the tens of thousands of sword rays around him converged, forming a solid barrier on the surface of his body that could block all external attacks. There were no fluctuations, no intense collision, as everyone had expected. Puchi! Puchi! A soft sound was heard, which was extremely strange. The golden light on Yu Dongfang's body was as strong as before, but Duan Lingtian's attack, the sword rays that swept through the void, seemed to ignore all of Yu Dongfang's defensive power. They easily passed through without triggering the defensive power. It was as if they were Yu Dongfang's own power, so they did not encounter any resistance. Under everyone's gaze, Yu Dongfang stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. He seemed to have lost his mind. The golden light on his body also gradually dissipated. The dazzling golden sword light gradually merged into his body and completely disappeared. In the next moment, Yu Dongfang's figure appeared. Hiss! The moment Yu Dongfang's figure appeared, many of the onlookers gasped in unison. Their eyes were filled with horror and shock. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces were filled with horror, as if they were looking at a ferocious beast. At this moment, Yu Dongfang's figure was covered in blood from head to toe. It was as if he was dyed in blood, and it looked like specks of red roses were sprinkling on the ground. As long as one looked carefully, it was not difficult to see that there were fine sword scars all over Yu Dongfang's body, including his face. There were many sword scars. If one looked deeper, Yu Dongfang would have died without a doubt. Yu Dongfang was stunned for a moment before he circulated his celestial origin energy to heal his injuries in front of everyone. Although there were many injuries, they were only superficial and healed in a short while. After his injuries were healed, Yu Dongfang changed into a new robe in front of everyone. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, he was no longer as overbearing as before. Instead, his gaze was filled with complicated emotions. He knew Duan Lingtian had shown mercy earlier. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. Thank you. Yu Dongfang spat out the two words with difficulty before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. During this process, anyone who was paying attention to him could see the loneliness in his back. Yu Dongfang had been defeated. It was a complete and utter defeat. The crowd only glanced at Yu Dongfang's back before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. None of them had expected this young man who was only slightly over 600 years old to be so strong. So this is the only true disciple of the legendary Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm afraid only someone like him is qualified to be the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How terrifying! Yu Dongfang's technique is far stronger than an ordinary 5-star god of war's technique, but it was easily neutralized by Duan Lingtian. It seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a top 5-star god of war. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Yu Dongfang so easily? Duan Lingtian's strength is only second to Huang Quan and among the 5-star gods of war who participated in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. This time when Duan Lingtian made his move, his strength was even stronger than before. This made everyone realize that he was still concealing his strength. He had the strength of an elite 5-star god of war, and it was enough to suppress an ordinary 5-star god of war. Yu Dongfang was considered strong among the 5-star gods of war, but he was still defeated by Duan Lingtian. Did you notice? After revealing his strength as a 5-star god of war, Yu Dongfang lost 2 consecutive battles? I think so. First, he met Huang Quanan, and now he met Duan Lingtian. Why is he so unlucky? I think he's traumatized by all of this. When the atmosphere became a little heavy, some of the more optimistic people changed the topic and adjusted the atmosphere. Brother Feng, junior nephew Duan's strength is truly shocking. Is this his full strength? Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, asked curiously as he looked at Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, he did not receive a reply from Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang only smiled faintly in response to Ding Fu's question. It's still not his full strength? Ding Fu was even more shocked when he saw this. Based on his understanding of Feng Qingyang, he knew Feng Qingyang was confident. How could he be so confident in his only true disciple? Duan Lingtian. I must possess him. On the other side of the small, suspended island, Tathagata, also known as Mien, stared at Duan Lingtian with gleaming eyes. The desire in the depths of his heart grew even stronger. Apart from being amazed by Duan Lingtian's strength, his desire to possess Duan Lingtian's body grew stronger. If he did not have any scruples, he would have charged into the arena and abducted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. The Tidal Temple must find a way to obtain him. Even Su Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the Tidal Temple, who was presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, was looking at Duan Lingtian calmly. However, he was inwardly shocked. Duan Lingtian's performance had exceeded his expectations. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Tao was astounding. His mastery of the law of space and his mastery of the sword Tao was even more amazing. He was even able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Even an ordinary 5-star god of war would not be able to dodge Yu Dongfang's attack. Duan Lingtian, I feel like you surprise me every time you make a move. Do you have any other trump cards? Tang Sanpao asked mockingly as soon as Duan Lingtian returned to the arena. Don't worry, I'll challenge you when it's my turn, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Sanpao would react to Duan Lingtian's words. However, Tang Sanpao merely looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I'll wait and see. At this moment, Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed. He was no longer frivolous. Instead, he seemed much more serious. Number 10. Su Konghai spoke again. Only then did everyone's attention return to him. Number 10, it's Lu Xuyen. Lu Xuyen was the last 5-star god of war to display her strength in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. She was also a woman. Chapter 3509. A woman dressed in a loose gray robe entered the arena. She had a bamboo hat on her head, and her face was covered with a veil. She looked out of place. Perhaps this kind of attire was more suitable for a pitch-black night rather than in broad daylight. I didn't expect there to be 2 female 5-star gods of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses this time. In the past, it was considered good if there was a female 5-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Someone sighed as he looked at Lu Xuyen. The others agreed with his words as well. Although there were many female powerhouses in the Devata realms, and there were many female gods in the realms of gods as well, it was undeniable that women were weaker than men in terms of cultivation. This was something that had been decided since birth. Of course, the weakness mentioned here was only an overall comparison. Some female powerhouses were so talented that most men could not compare to them. Even the supreme powerhouses who stood at the pinnacle of heaven and earth had more than one female powerhouse. Who do you think Lu Xuyen will challenge? Seeing Lu Xuyen stepping onto the stage, many people became curious as to who Lu Xuyen would challenge. Naturally, Lu Xuyen would not be able to challenge Duan Lingtian since he had just fought with Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not seem to be exhausted, he would still be able to fight without a fight. Lu Su Yen hovered in the air as she glanced at the few 5-star gods of war. Finally, she fixed her eyes on one person. I challenge Yi Dongli, who's ranked 7th. Yi Dongli was the only female 5-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses this year. Earlier, some people had been whispering among themselves, wondering if Lu Su Yen would challenge Yi Dongli. Many people thought it was highly possible, since both of them were women. Moreover, Yi Dongli was ranked ahead of Lu Su Yen. It's said that women are tigers. As expected, there can't be 2 tigers on one mountain. Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, said as he shook his head. As for Yi Dongli, faced with Lu Xian's challenge, she promptly moved forward and confronted Lu Xian from afar. Lu Xian, you shouldn't have challenged me. Yi Dongli's voice was calm and straightforward, so confident. Lu Xian's words were very brief. Her tone was indifferent. She was not affected by Yi Dongli's confidence in the slightest. Instead, her eyes were filled with battle intent. It was as if she was itching to immediately fight Yi Dongli. Come. When Yi Dongli spoke again, her body swayed, and lotuses appeared with every step she took. Streams of green light rose from under her feet and then spread out, displaying a flourishing vitality. Yi Dongli was skilled in the laws of wood. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following the sound of air being torn apart, the emerald green energy surged out from Yi Dongli's body. It turned into thick and powerful green vines that whizzed toward Lu Xian. The vines were like ferocious pythons, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing over. The fusion profundities of the laws of wood appeared. Facing Yi Dongli's first attack, Lu Xian's expression was calm. Soon after, as her clothes fluttered, cyan-colored wind blades started to sweep around her body. It was as if they had formed a small tornado. Furthermore, within this small tornado, there were also wind blades that were as sharp as knives and swords. Humph! Yi Dongli coldly snorted. After that, she controlled her vines to surround Lu Xian. She wanted to bind Lu Xian and suppress her. However, Lu Xian was not someone who was easy to deal with. With just a thought, wind blades filled the sky and met Yi Dongli's vines head-on. Soon after, the wind blades collided with Yi Dongli's vines. Under normal circumstances, the wind blades should be able to cut through the vines easily. However, the vines formed by Yi Dongli's laws of wood and celestial origin energy were not ordinary vines. No matter how the wind blades collided with them, they only left some scratches on the vines. Condense. Lu Xian's indifferent voice resounded through the air. Soon after, the crowd saw that as Lu Xian's voice faded, the numerous sharp wind blades that filled the sky condensed into a gigantic wind blade that flew towards the incoming vines. Whoa! The gigantic wind blade slashed through the air, causing the air to stagnate for a moment. Then it cut through the vines that were in the lead and continued to attack the remaining vines. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the wind blade was about to reach the vines, the crowd saw a dark green light flowing from Yi Dongli's body into the vines that were not cut through. In an instant, the vines seemed to be covered in a layer of dark green clothing. There were also sharp thorns that flickered with cold light, giving off a sharp and tough feeling. Whoa! Lu Xian swung the gigantic wind blade again. When it landed on the vines, it produced a series of ear-piercing and crisp sounds. At the same time, sparks flew from the point of collision. It was as though 2 iron weapons were colliding violently. You have some skills, Lu Xian exclaimed in surprise. Then she made her move. Her body merged with the wind and whistled as she charged forward. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, in the eyes of those who were not even 5-star gods of war, it was as though Lu Xian had disappeared into thin air. They could only hear the whistling of the wind when she moved. Even the 5-star gods of war could only see a series of afterimages. Fast! Too fast! Many people cried out in surprise. Whoosh! 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 Just when everyone thought that Yi Dongli would be unable to hit Lu Xian and would fall into a passive state, the vines that were originally attacking Lu Xian retracted. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Yi Dongli and formed a cage made of vines. Although it appeared as though Yi Dongli was trapped within the cage, it was actually an indestructible defense. The dark green skin of the vines and the sharp thorns on the skin were still flickering with an ice-cold luster. Clang! 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 Lu Xian rushed over as if she had turned into wind. Bursts of powerful energy whizzed out and landed on the cage, made ear-piercing sounds. However, they were unable to break through the cage's defense. You are very strong. If I don't use an immortal weapon, it will be difficult for me to defeat you. Yi Dongli, who was in the cage, stared at Lu Xian outside and slowly spoke. You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon. Lu Xian was not to be outdone. At the same time, she raised her hand and a scarlet, 3-foot-long sword appeared in her hand. As she swung the sword, a scarlet-red liquid seemed to be flowing on the surface of the sword. The tip of the sword was sharp, and it shone with a terrifying light. Naturally, it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. My celestial weapon is different from your celestial weapon. As Yi Dongli spoke again, a dark green whip appeared in her hand. The whip was 5 meters long, and as it danced, it was like a venomous python constantly wriggling its body. Following that, Yi Dongli's eyes narrowed and her hand trembled. Then, an image appeared from the whip. Surprisingly, it was an image that resembled a python. After it appeared, it stared at Lu Xian coldly. Weapon spirit. Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. She did not expect Yi Dongli's Emperor-grade celestial weapon to possess a weapon spirit. Heavens! The onlookers were shocked as well. None of them expected Yi Dongli to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Up until now, only a few Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Most of the Emperor-grade celestial weapons had appeared in the hands of young geniuses with prominent backgrounds. If it was not for the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they would not have heard of Yi Dongli at all. However, since she possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit, it was clear she had an extraordinary background. Even if she was a sectless cultivator who lived in seclusion, there was no doubt she had an extraordinary senior backing her up. After all, it was not easy to obtain an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. It was as difficult as obtaining a Devata artifact. Naturally, the Devata artifact referred to the Devata artifact without a weapon spirit. Even if it was a primitive Devata artifact, a Devata artifact with a weapon spirit could not be compared to an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. The weapon spirit of an Emperor-grade celestial weapon was forcibly refined from a foreign being. On the other hand, the weapon spirit of a Devata artifact was naturally born. Naturally, some Devata artifact's weapon spirit was transferred from another Devata artifact's weapon spirit. For example, the sword spirit of Duan Lingtian's prominent Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. In the past, Huang was the weapon spirit of Ling Juyun's sister's prominent Devata artifact. Her master is a god. It's only natural for her to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. After all, Tang Sanpao had told Duan Lingtian and the others that Yi Dongli's master was a god. Therefore, they were not surprised to see Yi Dongli taking out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. In fact, they felt it was only natural for her to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. For Celestials, an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit was extremely precious. However, it was nothing to a god. In fact, as long as a god wanted to, Even if he was not a celestial weapon craftsman, it would be easy for him to refine an emperor-grade celestial weapon using the divine flame condensed from his divine energy. He could even capture a powerful being and make it the weapon spirit of the emperor-grade celestial weapon. Unless Lu Su Yen is concealing her true strength. Otherwise, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Su Li said. What happened next was just as Su Li had expected. After Yi Dongli took out her emperor-grade celestial weapon, Yi Dongli quickly gained the upper hand and defeated Lu Su Yen. In fact, Lu Su Yan's strength was on par with Yi Dongli, even without using her celestial weapon. However, Yi Dongli still managed to defeat Lu Su Yen with her celestial weapon. If I had such a celestial weapon, I wouldn't have lost to you. Although Lu Su Yen was defeated, a hint of unwillingness could be seen in her eyes. Thank you for letting me win. Yi Dongli smiled faintly before she turned around and returned to her seat. Another battle between the 5-star gods of war had ended. 9th place Huang Quanan. Soon after, Su Konghai's voice rang in the air. Literature Center. Chapter 3510. Huang Quanan. This young genius was also an unknown figure in the past. If he hadn't drawn Yu Dongfang as his opponent in the previous stage and displayed his strength, no one would have known that he had such strength. He was skilled in the law of time and had mastered the time laws a thought. Rumor had it that even those who had mastered the time laws a thought were invincible against those below the level of a 6-star god of war. Without the strength of a 6-star god of war, it would be difficult to resist his thought. It's Huang Quan's turn. After all, no one was certain who would come in first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses between Huang Quan and Yu Dongfang. However, many people felt Huang Quan and had the ability to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. With Huang Quan and Zhe thought, apart from a 6-star god of war, no one is a match for him. I think Huang Quan is definitely going to rank first in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Huang Quan is too strong. It won't be difficult for him to rank first unless there's a 6-star god of war or stronger in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. A 6-star god of war? Is that possible? A 6-star god of war is considered a top-notch expert under the command of a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Some heavenly emperors only have 1 or 2 6-star gods of war. Although the crowd had mentioned a 6-star god of war, none of them thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses this time. After all, such a situation was rare in the past. In the history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. What did that mean? The Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was held once every 1,000 years, 10 times every 10,000 years, 100 times every 100,000 years, 1,000 times every 1,000,000 years, and 10,000 times every 10 million years. The history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was at least 1,000,000 years old. Naturally, only the people in the Tidal Temple knew the details. If the history of the Devata realm was more than 1,000,000 years old, there were less than 10 6-star gods of war who were younger than 1,000 years old. There were less than 10 people in more than 1,000 Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses. On average, there would only be 1 6-star god of war under the age of 1,000 in every 100 Devata Realms Battles of Geniuses. The 100th Devata Realm Battle of Geniuses was equivalent to 100,000 years. 1 in 100,000 years. The probability of this happening was too small. Would he appear in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses in their era? No one dared to think too much, because this was something infinitely close to impossible. For this reason, nobody thought there would be a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. The probability of that happening was close to 0. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the unprepossessing Huang Quanan flew into the arena. Huang Quanan, who do you want to challenge? Even Su Konghai, who usually had a serious face, looked at Huang Quanan with a bit more enthusiasm. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Could this Huang Quan and be the trump card of the Tidal Temple? Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the spectator's seat, thought to himself. At the same time, he did not forget to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, of his thoughts. I don't think so. Feng Qingyang replied, many things can't be faked. For example, the way Su Konghai looks at Huang Quanan is different from the way he looks at Huang Quanan now. He's very polite to Huang Quanan now. If Huang Quanan is really the Tidal Temple's trump card, there's no way he would be so polite to Huang Quanan now. I think Huang Quanan is just a young prodigy. There must be someone else in the Tidal Temple's trump card. Feng Qingyang said. Someone else? After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but look at the remaining 5-star gods of war. Out of the 11 5-star gods of war, only he and Ling Juyan could be excluded. Therefore, there were only 9 people left. It was unlikely that Huang Quanan was the Tidal Temple's trump card, and it was unlikely that Lu Xian was the Tidal Temple's trump card. Therefore, there were only 7 people left. Apart from Yu Dongfang, there were only 6 people left. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, Sima Rui, Duan Lingtian quickly eliminated one of the 6 people. Zhou Yongqi is the direct disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo. It's unlikely that he's the Tidal Temple's trump card. Therefore, there are only 5 people left. Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Hong Yuan and Sima Rui are both from the Tidal Temple, so it's not surprising that he's one of them. However, Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, and Yi Dongli have mysterious backgrounds. Moreover, they're all sectless cultivators. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to his master, Feng Qingyang again. Master, do you think Tang Sanpao is the trump card of the Tidal Temple? His master, do you know him? Although I know his master and know that he's a reclusive celestial, I'm not sure if his master is related to the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple has been around for a long time. There are some powerhouses who don't hold any positions in the Tidal Temple and live in seclusion. It's not impossible that he's a member of the Tidal Temple. This was Feng Qingyang's reply to Duan Lingtian. For a time, the trump card of the Tidal Temple seemed even more mysterious. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had no idea who the trump card of the Tidal Temple was. Duan Lingtian decided on 5 people: Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Yi Dongli, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Among these 5 people, Duan Lingtian did not think Yi Dongli was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. After all, he did not see any signs of Yi Dongli holding back during her battle with Lu Suyen. Moreover, Yi Dongli had used the weapon spirit of her emperor-grade celestial weapon. If she really had strength to spare, there was no need for her to use the weapon spirit of her emperor-grade celestial weapon, since it could be used as a trump card. Since she had used the weapon spirit as a trump card, it meant there was nothing else she could do. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think Yi Dongli could be the trump card of the Tidal Temple. With this, only 4 people were left. They were Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. Tang Sanpao was the person whom Duan Lingtian had known the longest among the 4. He could be considered a friend. However, he was wary of this friend who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was not that Duan Lingtian was overly suspicious. It was just that Tang Sanpao's friendliness was too different from Tang Sanpao's strength. Just as Zhang Tianyu had said, Sanpao didn't look like a powerhouse in front of them at all. If Huang Quanan challenges Zhong Guiyu and defeats him, we can eliminate Zhong Guiyu from the Tidal Temple. Duan Lingtian turned to look at Huang Quanan, who was standing in the middle of the square. At this moment, Huang Quanan finally made up his mind and said, "I challenge Zhong Guiyu, who's in first place." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Huang Quanan's words. An uproar broke out among the crowd. Huang Quanan is really going to challenge Zhong Guiyu. It's not hard to guess. With Huang Quanan's strength, anyone below a 6-star god of war is no threat to him. It doesn't matter who he defeats. Why not defeat the person who's currently in the front? After Huang Quanan spoke, most people felt that Huang Quanan was going to win. However, there were also a small number of people who were hopeful that Zhong Guiyu might be a 6-star god of war. Duan Lingtian was also one of the people who thought he would be lucky. If Zhong Guiyu displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war in front of Huang Quanan, it meant that he was the trump card of the title temple. If he lost to Huang Quanan, it meant that he was not the trump card of the title temple. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhong Guiyu's figure flashed as she entered the arena like a bolt of lightning. She looked at Huang Quanan and said in an incomparably solemn tone, "Originally, I should admit defeat. However, I still want to personally experience the vicissitudes of a single thought." As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light rose from Zhong Guiyu's body. Not only did it seem to be able to illuminate all the darkness in the world, it even seemed to be able to annihilate everything. "As you wish." Huang Quanan also made his move when Zhong Guiyu took the initiative to attack. First, he froze Zhong Guiyu's movement. Even the blazing light on Zhong Guiyu's body suddenly stopped. It was as if a picture of a burning flame had been taken and froze at that moment. After a while, time returned to normal. When Zhong Guiyu regained his senses, Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of a thought had also arrived. In the blink of an eye, it entered Zhong Guiyu's body. During this process, Zhong Guiyu did not even have the chance to react. Just like that, Zhong Guiyu followed in Yu Dongfang's footsteps. He turned from a young man to an old man in the blink of an eye. "Do you still want to continue?" Huang Quanan asked with a smile as he looked at the old Zhong Guiyu. Many people in the audience gasped. Huang Quanan's harmless smile caused everyone's hair to stand on end when they saw it. This fellow could freeze a person's time with just a smile. Moreover, he could turn a person from a young man into an old man with one foot in the grave. His methods were so strange that it made one's heart tremble. "I admit defeat." A bitter smile appeared on Zhong Guiyu's old face. "I can't block your law of time at all. It's not him." When Zhong Guiyu admitted defeat, most of the people in the audience looked calm. They were not surprised at all. However, Duan Lingtian eliminated Zhong Guiyu from the list again. Zhong Guiyu was not the trump card of the title temple. As such, there were only 3 people left who were the most suspicious: Tang Sanpao, Hong Yuan, and Sima Rui. 8th place, Hong Yuan. Go up and challenge the person ranked before you. Su Konghai's voice sounded again. Chapter 3511. Hong Yuan was a young prodigy nurtured by the title temple. As soon as Hong Yuan entered the arena, Duan Lingtian turned to look at him. If Hong Yuan is really the title temple's trump card, he should be challenging Huang Quan, who's ranked first, and replacing him. There's no need for him to continue hiding in this round. Moreover, the trump card of the title temple might not be hiding anything. It's just that no one has been able to force him to use his full strength yet. If Hong Yuan is the trump card of the title temple, he won't be able to continue hiding it when he's facing Huang Quanan. His master, Feng Qingyang, had speculated that the trump card of the title temple was a 6-star god of war. It was also his speculation. Now, he was even more certain that his speculation was correct. This was because, even though Huang Quanan had appeared, the vice temple master of the main hall, Su Konghai, and the other temple masters of the title temple sub-halls did not seem worried at all. It was as though they were not worried that Huang Quanan would pose a threat to the trump card of the title temple. At that time, Duan Lingtian was certain. There was no doubt the trump card of the title temple was a 6-star god of war. Will Hong Yuan challenge Huang Quanan? Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when everyone was wondering who Hong Yuan would challenge, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes at the right time. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple. If Hong Yuan were to challenge Huang Quanan and win, it would mean he was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple. If he didn't challenge Huang Quanan without any other convincing reason, it was very likely that he wasn't the hidden trump card of the title temple. At the same time, Hong Yuan, who had entered the arena, said, "I'll challenge Zhou Yongqi, who is ranked 5th. In the end, Hong Yuan did not challenge the current first place Huang Quanan, the second place Zhong Guiyu, the third place Tang Sanpao, and the fourth place Duan Lingtian. Instead, he chose to challenge the 5th place Zhou Yongqi. Zhou Yongqi was originally in 4th place, but because of Huang Quanan's successful challenge, Zhong Guiyu, who was previously in 1st place, fell by 1 place, and the people behind him also fell by 1 place. Therefore, he was currently ranked 5th. It seems like he's not the trump card of the title temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Hong Yuan was the trump card of the title temple, he wouldn't have challenged Zhou Yongqi. It would have been a waste of time. As long as he defeated Huang Quanan and replaced him, he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies. The reason he said that he would be able to intimidate most of the young prodigies and not all of them was because he would not be intimidated by others. If he's not Hong Yuan, then there are only 2 people who are most likely to be the trump card. One is Sima Rue, the young prodigy nurtured by the title temple, and the other is Tang Sanpao. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Tang Sanpao. When Tang Sanpao saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Duan Lingtian shook his head before he turned to look at Duan Lingtian again. Between Sima Rue and Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian was more inclined to believe Sima Rue was the latter. Unlike Sima Rue, Tang Sanpao always gave Duan Lingtian a feeling that he could not see through him. Moreover, his personality had changed a lot. Usually, he acted like a friendly person, but when he displayed his shocking strength in the arena, he acted like an expert. At the same time, Hong Yuan began to fight Zhou Yongqi, whom he had challenged. As the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Yongqi was naturally not a simple person. In the face of Hong Yuan, who had challenged him, he was evenly matched with Hong Yuan in a short period of time. However, after a few dozen moves, Hong Yuan was defeated by Zhou Yongqi, even though he had displayed strength that was slightly stronger than before. Zhou Yongqi had also concealed his strength previously. Number 8. After Hong Yuan, it was the turn of the current number 8, the former number 7, Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli entered the arena, she swept her gaze across the arena. After she glanced at Duan Lingtian, her gaze finally landed on Ling Juyun. "I challenge Ling Juyun, who is ranked 6th. Ling Juyun was originally ranked 5th. However, after Huang Quanan defeated Zhong Guiyu and replaced him, his ranking dropped to 6th. In the face of Yi Dongli's challenge, Ling Juyun's expression was as cold as ever. "Ling Juyun, are you confident?" Tang Sanpao asked when Ling Juyun stood up. "Does she have an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit?" However, Ling Juyun ignored Tang Sanpao and directly attacked Yi Dongli. Yi Dongli was infuriated. "Ling Juyun, you're the most ungentlemanly man I've ever met." Ling Juyun ignored her and continued to attack Yi Dongli. In just a blink of an eye, he was about to suppress Yi Dongli. After Yi Dongli was at a disadvantage, she no longer hesitated and took out her emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even so, she was still defeated by Ling Juyun. After Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan, Ling Juyun displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Heavens! I didn't expect Ling Jueyun to be so strong as well. I came here with Ling Jueyun from Feng Qingtian's title temple. I thought he was only a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Now he's even a top 5-star god of war. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian are second only to Huang Quanan. If nothing goes wrong, they'll be second and third after Huang Quanan. After Ling Jueyun displayed the strength of a top 5-star god of war, a commotion broke out among the crowd. It was comparable to the commotion caused by Duan Lingtian defeating Yu Dongfang. Ling Jueyun, do you have a cultivation partner? After being defeated by Ling Jueyun, the anger on Yi Dongli's face quickly disappeared. She asked loudly as she watched Ling Jueyun leave. As soon as she asked, the atmosphere of the scene was stirred up. Many people even shouted together, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Ling Jueyun paused for a moment on his way back. Then he continued walking without looking back. Ling Jueyun, I think Yi Dongli isn't bad. Why don't you consider her? When Ling Jueyun returned, Su Li couldn't help but laugh. Let's spar? When Ling Jueyun spoke, the smile on Su Li's face froze. If he were to spar with Ling Jueyun now, it would be no different from asking for a beating. Looks like you've improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian looked at Ling Jueyun and sighed. It won't be easy to surpass you, Ling Jueyun said. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not reply as he shifted his attention back to the stage. After Ling Jueyun successfully defended his position against Yi Dongli, who was ranked 8th, it was Sima Rui's turn to challenge those who were ranked higher. However, since Ling Jueyun, who was ranked 6th, had just been challenged, Sima Rui could not challenge him now. There were only 5 targets he could choose from: Huang Quan and Zhong Guiyu, Tang Sanpao, Duan Lingtian, and Zhou Yongqi. Perhaps the title temple's trump card will be revealed soon. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Sima Rui. Sima Rui was a young genius nurtured by the title temple, just like Hong Yuan. Between him and Tang Sanpao, one of them was most likely the hidden trump card of the title temple, the trump card that would be awarded the exploding element immortal fruit. Duan Lingtian's judgment of Sima Rui was similar to Hong Yuan's judgment of Sima Rui. If Sima Rui was the title temple's trump card, he would definitely challenge Huang Quan, and who was ranked 1st. However, if he was not, he would not challenge Huang Quan. I'll challenge Zhong Guiyu, who is ranked 2nd. Duan Lingtian dismissed Sima Rui when he heard Sima Rui's words. He was certain that Tang Sanpao, who was sitting behind him, was the title temple's trump card. Tang Sanpao, are you confident you can defeat Ling Jueyun? Duan Lingtian asked as he turned to look at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then he smiled and asked, Why are you suddenly asking this? You've hidden it well. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao meaningfully before he said something that the others did not understand. What are you talking about? Tang Sanpao was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. The exploding element, celestial fruit. Duan Lingtian mentioned the exploding element, celestial fruit, that the winner of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses would be able to obtain. Upon hearing this, Su Li and the others were even more confused. Why did Duan Lingtian suddenly mention this? You've discovered it? Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed. In an instant, his aura changed once again. He was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, he was cold and unapproachable. It seems like I'm right. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. Why did you approach us? To know yourself and your enemy? Do I need to? Tang Sanpao asked. You're very confident, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. I'm all right. However, you and Ling Jueyun aren't too bad either. So far, I can't tell if you've done your best or not, Tang Sanpao said. We'll find out soon, right? I'll wait and see. The strange conversation between Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao caused the atmosphere to become awkward. Su Li could not help but ask Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about with Tang Sanpao? Su Li, he's the trump card of the Tidal Temple. Although Duan Lingtian was certain Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple, he did not dare to be certain. Perhaps he was wrong. However, at this moment he was certain. Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. What? Su Li had heard about the trump card of the Tidal Temple from Duan Lingtian. He had also paid attention to it, but he did not pay as much attention to it as Duan Lingtian. Chapter 35:12. Was Tang Sanpao the hidden trump card of the titled God Emperor? He was suspected to be a 6-star god of war. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Su Li could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. He saw that Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao's aura seemed to have changed drastically. It was the same as when he had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the arena. He was no longer his usual self. Bang! A loud noise attracted Su Li's attention. Sima Rue and Zhong Guiyu had exchanged blows. One was ranked 7th, while the other was ranked 2nd. If Sima Rue won, he would be able to replace Zhong Guiyu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao again. Then he retracted his gaze. His heart was as calm as still water. He had not reached the point where he could confide in Tang Sanpao. Even though he knew that Sima Rue was the final trump card of the Tidal Temple, he did not feel much. The only emotion he felt was pride. Even if Tang Sanpao did not approach them entirely because he wanted to find out more about them, it was definitely part of the reason. Even if Tang Sanpao did not want to admit it, it was useless. Sima Rue can't do it. He is at a disadvantage. As Duan Lingtian's thoughts spun abruptly, the sighs of the nearby young geniuses sounded out by his ears, and he focused his gaze to look at the battlefield. Only now did he notice that after the battle between Sima Rue and Zhong Guiyu, Sima Rue had fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, after 10 moves, Sima Rue could no longer hold on and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. I lost. After Hong Yuan, another young 5-star god of war from the Tidal Temple had failed his challenge. Zhong Guiyu was ranked 2nd. 6th place Ling Jueyun. After Sima Rue was defeated by Zhong Guiyu, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main palace, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of geniuses in the Devata realms, announced. Everyone's attention shifted from Zhong Guiyu to Ling Jueyun immediately. Ling Jueyun flew up into the air under everyone's watchful eyes. Before he flew up, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and replied, "All right." Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Ling Jueyun appeared like a ghost. Let's pick our opponent. Su Konghai's expression softened when he saw Ling Jueyun's expression. He was no longer as stern and cold as he was when he was in front of Hong Yuan and Sima Rue. As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, Ling Jueyun's indifferent voice rang in the air. Huang Quanen. These 3 short words caused the entire place to become completely silent. Huang Quanen. Approximately a moment later, the group of young geniuses who had fallen into a daze gradually recovered their senses. Some of them even rose to their feet and exclaimed in shock, Ling Jueyun wants to challenge Huang Quan. Heavens, is he really confident? Or is he just testing Huang Quan and strength? Is there a need to test him? Huang Quan and is an expert in the law of time, and he has mastered the age in one thought. He's invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. It's impossible for anyone below the 6-star god of war to be a match for him. Is it possible that Ling Jueyun is a 6-star god of war? Not necessarily. Perhaps he doesn't intend to win. He just wants to test Huang Quan and strength. At this moment, the young geniuses were not the only ones who were shocked by Ling Jueyun's challenge. Many heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various title temples were shocked as well. Based on the strength Ling Jueyun had displayed earlier, they could tell he was a top 5-star god of war. However, that was the extent of his strength. Moreover, based on Ling Jueyun's strength, it was almost impossible for him to conceal his strength. Was he a 6-star god of war, or was he just testing Huang Quanan? What do you think? I can't see through him. Let's wait and see. Many heavenly emperors began to discuss among themselves. However, most of them shook their heads, indicating they did not dare to jump to conclusions. None of the heavenly emperors dared to jump to conclusions, afraid they would be embarrassed by the results. Ling Jueyun, he's really good at hiding his strength. Ego Mo, the palace master of Feng Qingtian Subhall of the Title Temple and an 8-star god of war, could not help but shake his head and sigh as he looked at Ling Jueyun. It's said that Duan Lingtian and Su Li's innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying for them to have such achievements, even though they're not even 700 years old. I'm afraid they'll never expect Ling Jueyun is not even 700 years old. Ego Mo sighed inwardly. Ego Mo, have not lived in vain to be able to bring such a young genius from Feng Qingtian to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. In the past, the most outstanding young geniuses I've brought to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were only ordinary 5-star gods of war. Ling Jueyun is the first one who's as strong as him. I wonder if he's really a 6-star god of war. If he is, this glory is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. Egu Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Jueyun. In the depths of his sparkling eyes, there was also a strong sense of anticipation. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huang Quan, and left the spectator area and stood up to face Ling Jueyun. Huang Quan, who was not good-looking, looked at Ling Jueyun solemnly. It was obvious he did not dare to underestimate Ling Jueyun. I'm afraid this battle will be the most exciting battle since the beginning of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. The group of young geniuses stared at Huang Quan and Huang Quan intently, afraid they would miss the exciting battle. Brother Feng, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang, who was sitting opposite him, and asked with a smile, Ling Jueyun is junior nephew Duan's good friend. You should know him well, right? Do you think he has a chance of winning this battle? Upon hearing Ding Fu's question, Feng Qingyang shook his head slightly. Although he's little Tian's friend, I've never met him before, so I don't know much about him. However, since he dares to challenge Huang Quan, and it means he's confident in his strength. Of course, it could also be as many people have said. He knows that he's no match for Huang Quanan, so he challenged Huang Quanan to see the gap between him and Huang Quanan. After all, even if he loses the battle, it won't affect him much. After Ling Jueyun's defeat, he would not be able to challenge Huang Quan again. However, he would be free to challenge anyone else. This was the same as if he did not challenge Huang Quanan. Of course, if he challenged Huang Quan, and other than the possibility of losing, he might also be injured. Therefore, there was no need for the other young 5-star gods of war to challenge Huang Quan. And even if they knew they were no match for him, it would not be worth it if they were injured. Now that Ling Jueyun had challenged Huang Quan, and many people were impressed by his courage. Make your move. Ling Jueyun looked at Huang Quan and said indifferently, Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to make your move. No one expected that Ling Jueyun would be the first to speak after the confrontation between the two of them. An uproar immediately broke out in the crowd. Ling Jueyun is really arrogant. Look at him. It seems like he's really confident. Is he really that strong? Many people looked at Ling Jueyun skeptically when they heard his arrogant tone. Huang Quan's strength was obvious to all. He was adept in the law of time, and his vicissitudes of time technique could cause one's hair to turn white instantly. Although Ling Jueyun's strength was also very strong and was comparable to a top 5-star god of war, he was not as intimidating as Huang Quan. Huang Quan's techniques were too mysterious and intimidating. All right. However, unlike the crowd who were skeptical and disapproving, Huang Quan, who was the person involved, looked solemn in the face of Ling Jueyun's arrogance. He did not dare to be negligent. In the next moment, the energy in his body spread out. He opened his mouth and spat out a breath. It shrouded the area where Ling Jueyun was standing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Jueyun's body froze. Not only did his expression freeze, but even the robe on his body stopped moving. It was as if he was frozen at that moment and was locked in time. That was the truth. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment Ling Jueyun's body froze, Huang Quan continued to attack. A ray of light shot out from each of his eyes. It whizzed out and shot toward Ling Jueyun. This scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. It was too familiar. It's vicissitudes of time. The technique that Huang Quan used was the technique that killed Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu in an instant. The two of them could not fight back in front of Huang Quan's technique. Can Ling Jueyun withstand it? Many people stared at Ling Jueyun. Anyone could see that Ling Jueyun was completely confined by the law of time and could not move at all. It's going to hit. If he is hit, he will be crippled. Ling Jueyun is going to be defeated? While everyone's hearts were in their mouths, Huang Quan's vicissitudes of a thought finally entered Ling Jueyun's body. As a result, Ling Jueyun's body trembled. It's over. Ling Jueyun is going to be defeated. Most people thought that Ling Jueyun was going to be crippled. Only a few people, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes lit up. Huang Quan's originally grave expression did not ease up at this moment. Instead, it changed abruptly. What's going on? At this moment, many people came back to their senses because they noticed something. Did you guys notice? Ling Jueyun does not show any signs of aging? What's going on? Previously, in such a short period of time, Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu had already become old men over 70 years old. However, why is there no change in Ling Jueyun? He has clearly been hit. Look, Ling Jueyun's eyes are not normal. While the crowd was still in shock over Ling Jueyun's appearance, some sharp-eyed people noticed that Ling Jueyun's eyes had turned red. They were completely red, and they didn't contain any emotion or luster. Chapter 35:13. That's not Ling Jueyun. That's Ling Jueyun's undead doppelganger. At this time, more and more people realized this. Undead doppelganger profundity, also known as death doppelganger profundity, was one of the profundities of the law of death. Now, after realizing that this was Ling Jueyun's doppelganger, everyone present, be it the celestial Darch or the ordinary young geniuses, was shocked. How did he do it? Just now, we couldn't tell that it was his death doppelganger at all. Nonsense. If we could tell, do you think Huang Quan would be so stupid to use vicissitudes of a thought on his death doppelganger? Even Huang Quan was fooled. What kind of technique is this? Even a 6-star god of war who is proficient in the law of death might not be able to fool everyone with just a death doppelganger, right? He must have used some kind of secret technique. Ling Jueyun's death doppelganger did not appear when Huang Quan used vicissitudes of a thought and time imprisonment. At the very least, it did not look like a death doppelganger. However, after Huang Quan used vicissitudes of a thought, he became a death doppelganger. Even a 6-star god of war, 7-star god of war, 8-star god of war, or even a 9-star god of war who was proficient in the law of death might not be able to use such a technique. This was because, although the law of death had the doppelganger profundity, it usually came out of the body and could not replace the body at all. There was no way to replace the body, so there was no way to replace the body. Now, Ling Jueyun had clearly used the method of replacing the body with the death doppelganger to receive Huang Quan'an's vicissitudes of a thought. As for the time imprisonment from before, it was indeed his main body that was imprisoned. Apart from vicissitudes of a thought, do you have any other techniques? Just as everyone was shocked, the crimson color in the eyes of Ling Jueyun's death doppelganger faded, and it completely returned to its original body. It was as if it could freely switch between its original body and death doppelganger. Seal. Almost as soon as Ling Jueyun's voice fell, Huang Quan'an used his time imprisonment again. Before Ling Jueyun had time to react, Ling Jueyun was once again imprisoned. As he imprisoned Ling Jueyun, his eyes narrowed, and the vicissitudes of life appeared once more. This time, everyone witnessed it with their own eyes. The instant before vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Jueyun's body, Ling Jueyun's eyes turned scarlet once again. Vicissitudes of thought landed on Ling Jueyun's death clone again, but it had no effect. It's useless. When the power of vicissitudes of a thought disappeared like a stone in the ocean, Ling Jueyun's doppelganger returned to his original body. He looked at Huang Quan'an with an indifferent gaze. No matter how seamlessly you combine the time imprisonment and vicissitudes of a thought, it will not work on me. Although Ling Jueyun said so, Huang Quan'an did not believe him and tried a few more times. But in the end, it was all useless. You should be pretty much exhausted, right? When Ling Jueyun's original body reappeared, he glanced at the pale-faced Huang Quan'an. Vicissitudes of thought is strange, but it also consumes a lot of soul power. Even if you manage to use vicissitudes of thought again, you won't be able to use it more than a few times. It's time for me to make a move. As soon as his voice fell, Ling Jueyun moved. During this process, Huang Quan'an once again used his time imprisonment to freeze Ling Jueyun midway. Then he did not use vicissitudes of thought again. Instead, he rushed forward and attacked Ling Jueyun directly. However, when his attack landed, Ling Jueyun's death clone reappeared and blocked his attack. All of you who are skilled in the law of time have mediocre offensive strength. You can't even destroy my death clone. Ling Jueyun's original body reappeared and attacked again. On the other hand, although Huang Quan'an was skilled in the law of time, Ling Jueyun's death clone could freely switch positions with his true body. It was as though Huang Quan'an was a natural counter to Ling Jueyun's death clone. In the end, although Ling Jueyun did not reveal his strength as a 6-star god of war, he was still a top 5-star god of war. Nevertheless, he still defeated Huang Quan'an. When Ling Jueyun defeated Huang Quan'an, everyone present on the scene, including Su Konghai, who presided over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, were still in a daze. He actually won? Ling Jueyun is too monstrous, right? He's not even a 6-star god of war, but he defeated Huang Quan'an? Isn't it said that Huang Quan'an is invincible among those below the 6-star god of war? Although that's true, it seems like Ling Jueyun is skilled in the secret technique that allows him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Moreover, it's obvious that he's not affected by the law of time. Heavens, what kind of secret technique is that? At this moment, the group of young geniuses, heavenly emperors, and high-ranking officials from the tidal temple subpalaces were all staring at Ling Jueyun curiously. They were curious about the secret technique he had cast. Those who were skilled in the law of death, in particular, were staring at Ling Jueyun with bright eyes. If they could obtain this secret technique, their strength would rise to a whole new level. Currently, it would be difficult to find anyone below the 6-star god of war who was a match for Ling Jueyun. The secret technique that allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body was heaven-defying. This was equivalent to wearing a layer of extremely strong defense, and it would not affect or injure his body. Ling Jueyun, what kind of secret technique are you using? Although Su Konghai felt it was a little rude to ask this question, he could not help but ask before Ling Juyin left the arena. At the same time, he asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Everyone's attention was on Ling Juyin. It's not a secret technique. Ling Juyin replied indifferently to Su Konghai's question. It's the bloodline of my clan that allows me to do this. Apart from a few special clansmen, more than 90% of the people in my clan comprehend the law of death. This is because our bloodline contains the law of death. It's not a secret technique. Ling Juiyun's words disappointed many people. At the same time, many people suspected that Ling Juiyun was lying. Ling Juiyun doesn't dare to admit that it's a secret technique. Instead, he said it's his bloodline. He must be worried that someone will steal his secret technique. The bloodline contains the law of death? Su Konghai and the other heavenly emperors narrowed their eyes when they heard Ling Juiyun's words. This was because they thought of a clan that was similar to the one Ling Juiyun had mentioned. In that clan, more than 90% of the people had the law of death flowing in their bloodline. They were naturally skilled in the law of death and comprehended the law of death at lightning speed. That clan seems to be. When Su Konghai looked at Ling Juiyun again, he could not help but lose his voice. Ling Juiyun, are you from the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? You know about our Ling clan. Ling Juiyun looked at Su Konghai in surprise. Before the Ling clan was destroyed, they had been in seclusion for many years. Very few people from the Ling clan walked around the Divine Offering Land in a high-profile manner. He's really from the Ling clan. Su Konghai's eyes widened when he heard Ling Juiyun's reply. When he regained his senses, he bowed at Ling Juiyun and said, "Young Master Ling, I apologize for not knowing your identity earlier." Apart from the few heavenly emperors who knew about the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land, everyone was shocked by Su Konghai's bow. Who was Su Konghai? He was the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple. He was a godly powerhouse. However, right now he was bowing to a mere 5-star god of war and even respectfully calling him young master. It should be noted that even if Ling Juiyun was the son of the heavenly emperor of the Ji Fan Heaven, who was ranked first on the heavenly emperor ranking in the Devata realms, Su Konghai would not address him as young master. It seems like Su Konghai knows about Ling Juiyun's clan. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who was among the spectators, to figure out Su Konghai's intentions when he saw the change in Su Konghai's attitude. Moreover, it was likely that Su Konghai was unaware that the Ling clan had been annihilated. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner in front of Ling Juiyun. Duan Lingtian had long known about Ling Juiyun's identity. Therefore, he was not surprised by Su Konghai's humble attitude. In fact, he thought Su Konghai was smart and knew how to size up the situation. When most of the people present saw Su Konghai bowing to Ling Juiyun and addressing him as young master, Su Konghai looked at Ling Juiyun and said respectfully, "Young Master Ling, the Tidal Temple had a deep relationship with the Ling clan many years ago. There are records of the Ling clan in the Tidal Temple. Although the Ling clan went into seclusion and gradually severed ties with the Tidal Temple, there's a rule in the Tidal Temple that all members of the Tidal Temple are not to be disrespectful when they see members of the Ling clan." Su Konghai said. Although Su Konghai did not speak loudly, he did not deliberately lower his voice. Upon hearing his words, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Heavens! What kind of clan is Ling Juiyun's backing? How could the Tidal Temple be so respectful? They even set a rule for his clan? The Ling clan? I've never heard of it before. Did Vice Temple Master Su mention the Ling clan in the Divine Offering Land? Isn't the Divine Offering Land one of the realms of gods? Due to the shock of seeing Su Konghai bowing to Ling Juiyun, many people had forgotten about Su Konghai's words. Now that someone mentioned it, realization dawned on them. As it turned out, Ling Juiyun's clan was from the Divine Offering Land. Young Master Ling, you're not even 700 years old, and yet you've achieved so much. I'm sure you're a direct descendant of the Ling clan, right? Su Konghai asked with a polite smile. Yes. Ling Jueyun nodded. Su Konghai's words shocked most of the people who did not know Ling Jueyun's exact age. Just like Duan Lingtian and Su Li, Ling Jueyun is not even 700 years old? Heavens! Another monstrous genius. If he's from the divine offering land, he can't be considered monstrous, right? That's true. The divine offering land is a realm of gods. The cultivation environment, there isn't something the Devata realms can compare to. Moreover, he has a clan from the divine offering land. I'm sure he has a powerful background. Chapter 35:14. When news of Ling Jueyun's identity spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. On the other hand, at this moment, the only people who were not shocked were Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian had long known about Ling Jueyun's identity, and Feng Qingyang had heard from Duan Lingtian that Ling Jueyun was from the realms of gods. Naturally, the people present on the scene knew about the realms of gods, unlike those at the bottom of the Devata realms. They knew about the realms of gods, and that the realms of gods were superior to the Devata realms. In the realms of gods, godly spirits were everywhere. Even someone from the realms of gods came to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Isn't this bullying? After learning about Ling Jueyun's identity, some of the young geniuses present on the scene could not help but grumble softly. They felt it was unfair for a member of a powerful clan from a realm of gods to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. That's not right. Ling Jueyun isn't even 700 years old? The passage between the realms of gods and our Devata realms has been closed for 600 years. He's not even 100 years old, but he left the realms of gods and came to our Devata realms? Many people recalled Ling Jueyun's age and the time when the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms had been closed. It had been 1,000 years since the passage was closed. Before that, it was impossible for people to travel between the two Devata realms through the passage. Does this mean Ling Jueyun grew up in our Devata realms? Even if he grew up in our Devata realms, he must have a powerful clan from a realm of gods. His cultivation resources are beyond our imagination. Under such circumstances, it's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster than ours. Although they knew Ling Jueyun had grown up in a Devata realm, many people thought he must have a lot of cultivation resources, even if he was not in a Devata realm, since he came from a powerful clan in a realm of gods. This was not something people from the Devata realms could compare to. After all, Ling Jueyun's identity was confirmed by Su Konghai. Although some people thought it was inappropriate for him to participate in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, none of them dared to say anything. What a joke! Even Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple's main temple, had to be respectful to Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Su Konghai's residence, the Devata clan's hall, had no doubt that he had the Devata clan was the strongest clan, the Devata clan was sect, and he had the authority. I didn't expect there to be such a clan in the realms of gods. The members of the clan are born with the law of death in their bloodline. Moreover, they're born with the ability to control the law of death as though it's part of their body. They can even switch between their death clone and their true body. After learning about the origin of Ling Jueyun's technique, everyone, from the young geniuses to the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms, was in an uproar. Naturally, there were also some people who were familiar with the realms of gods and were not surprised by this. For example, Su Konghai, Feng Qingyang, and Di Huang, the patriarch of the Qilin clan, did not seem surprised at all. Natives in the realms of gods have the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. The descendants of a supreme powerhouse are usually extraordinary and possess all kinds of abilities. Su Konghai was a member of the Tidal Temple, so he knew about this. Di Huang was a member of the Qilin clan, and the Qilin clan had a supreme powerhouse, so he knew about this as well. As for Feng Qingyang, he had learned about this when he was in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Regardless of Ling Jueyun's identity, he was still the winner of the battle between him and Huang Quan. I'm completely convinced. At this moment, Huang Quanen finally got his answer. Apart from being shocked, a smile appeared on his face as he said, "It seems like I'll have to avoid you and the people from your clan if I meet you again in the future. It's your fault for suppressing me, Huang Quan," and was still able to joke at this moment. It was obvious he was not discouraged by Ling Jueyun's defeat. It was as though he did not think much of this battle. Su Konghai looked at Ling Jueyun with a respectful expression on his face as he watched Ling Jueyun return to the spectator seats. When Su Konghai saw Ling Jueyun sitting down, he said in a clear voice, "The new 6th place, Zhou Yongqi, please choose your opponent." Initially, Zhou Yongqi was ranked 4th. However, after Huang Quan defeated Zhong Guiyu, he was demoted to 5th place before he could even make a move. Currently, another person who was ranked behind him, Ling Jueyun, had defeated Huang Quan. Zhou Yongqi was demoted to 6th place again. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao, who had fallen 2 ranks and had yet to make a move. Duan Lingtian had fallen from 3rd place to 5th place. Tang Sanpao had fallen from 4th place to 6th place. Swoosh! When Zhou Yongqi flew into the arena, everyone shifted their attention away from Ling Jueyun. Earlier, when Ling Jueyun's identity was exposed, he had attracted a lot of attention. Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo. Do you think Zhou Yongqi will challenge Duan Lingtian? Before the Battle of Geniuses began, Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not give face to Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, and even defeated him. I think so. It's normal for a disciple to seek justice when his master is bullied. You haven't forgotten, have you? When Duan Lingtian fought with Yu Dongfang, he displayed a strength that wasn't inferior to a peak 5-star god of war. Although Zhou Yongqi's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid he hasn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war, right? I don't think he's as strong as a top 5-star god of war. If he's not a top 5-star god of war, I'm afraid he won't be able to stand up for his master. Waves of discussions were transmitted into Zhou Yongqi's ears from the various spectator seats, causing his body to tremble slightly. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a bitter smile. If Yu Dongfang had not challenged Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had not displayed his strength as a top 5-star god of war, he would have challenged Duan Lingtian. After all, his strength was not necessarily a match for Yu Dongfang. Even Yu Dongfang had been defeated. If he were to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would not be lucky as well. I challenge, under the gazes of everyone present, Zhou Yongqi's gaze swept towards Duan Lingtian, and it caused the hearts of everyone to freeze. Could it be that Zhou Yongqi is still concealing his strength? Is he really going to challenge Duan Lingtian? Is he also a top 5-star god of war? If he is, it'll be interesting to watch. When Zhou Yongqi's gaze landed on Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the young geniuses lit up. They were waiting for a good show. However, when the young geniuses were in high spirits, Zhou Yongqi's voice rang out again. This time they were stunned. 4th place, Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi challenged Tang Sanpao, not Duan Lingtian. It seems that we were too naive. After the group of young geniuses recovered from their shock, some of them smiled bitterly. It seems that Zhou Yongqi knows that he is not a match for Duan Lingtian, so he chose Duan Lingtian's friend, Tang Sanpao. He wants to avenge his master. Is that even possible? Isn't it obvious? Actually, the only targets he can choose now are Tang Sanpao and Zhong Guiyu. Unless he gives up on the challenge, it would be better for him to choose Tang Sanpao. After all, the strength that Tang Sanpao has shown so far may not be comparable to Zhong Guiyu. So this time he is not only targeting Duan Lingtian's friend, but also picking a soft persimmon? Hearing the discussions of the young geniuses, Duan Lingtian and Su Li's expressions were unnatural. Their gazes were strange. Tang Sanpao, soft persimmon? Someone that they had almost confirmed to be a 6-star god of war was regarded as a soft persimmon by these people? Tang Sanpao, that Zhou Yongqi thinks that you are a soft persimmon. Su Li looked back at Tang Sanpao and said with a smile, "He probably has the intention of killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Tang Sanpao smiled indifferently. He still maintained the demeanor of an expert. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, no matter what, I have no evil intentions in approaching you. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. However, I am indeed in the wrong for hiding my identity. This Zhou Yongqi, consider it my apology to you." As his voice fell, Tang Sanpao had already stepped into the air. "What is this Tang Sanpao talking about?" Zhou Yongqi challenged him. Even if he defeated Zhou Yongqi, it would be for his own sake. What's with the apology? Su Li could not help but whisper into Duan Lingtian's ear, "I don't think it's as simple as defeating Zhou Yongqi." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "What do you mean?" Su Li's expression froze. "He intends to kill Zhou Yongqi?" Zhou Yongqi is the last disciple of Zhou Binggu, the Qi Hongtian emperor. Zhou Binggu is ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. Su Li said in disbelief, "If he's the trump card of the title temple, do you think the title temple will allow Zhou Binggu to kill him?" Duan Lingtian replied with a question. Su Li was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled wryly. "It seems like in the Devata realms, one's strength is not the only important thing. One's backer is also important. It's not just the Devata realms." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Isn't it the same in our homeworld, the Saint Province realm? It could be said that as long as there is a battle, this is the case." While Duan Lingtian and Su Li were conversing, Tang Sanpao had already entered the arena under everyone's watchful eyes. He stood opposite Zhou Binggu, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian emperor, and looked at Zhou Binggu indifferently. Chapter 35:15. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Yongqi glared at Tang Sanpao fiercely as he said in a deep voice, "If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you're Duan Lingtian's friend. Otherwise, I might not have challenged you. After all, there's still Zhong Guiyu to choose from." Zhou Yongqi raised his voice as though he was afraid the others would not know the reason he challenged Tang Sanpao was because he hated Duan Lingtian. When his words fell into the ears of most of the people present, it was no different from drawing legs on a snake. It was too deliberate. "Zhou Yongqi, you're blind, but we're fools. Trash." Under the watchful eyes of the others, Tang Sanpao glanced at Zhou Yongqi indifferently and spat out 2 words. Zhou Yongqi's expression changed drastically and his eyes turned red. Before he could reply, Zhou Yongqi continued to say, "The person who bullied your master is Duan Lingtian's master, not my master. You don't have the courage to challenge Duan Lingtian. So you want to take revenge on Duan Lingtian by challenging me? Do you think I, Tang Sanpao, am a pushover in your eyes, Zhou Yongqi?" Tang Sanpao chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. "Now do your best. I'll make a move. If you don't die, it'll be my loss." Tang Sanpao continued to say. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he stood with his hands on his back and looked at Zhou Yongqi indifferently. As soon as Zhou Yongqi finished speaking, Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, who was in charge of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, frowned slightly. Then he looked at Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao looked back at him with a determined expression. Upon seeing this, Su Konghai sighed inwardly and did not say anything else. Earlier, he had been trying to persuade Tang Sanpao through voice transmission that there was no need to kill Zhou Yongqi. Although the title temple was not afraid of the Qi Hongtian emperor, they did not want to make enemies for no reason. However, Tang Sanpao's insistence made him realize there was no way he could change his mind. You want to kill me with a single move? When Zhou Yongqi heard Tang Sanpao's words, he was stunned at first. Then he subconsciously sized Tang Sanpao up, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Could Tang Sanpao really have the ability to kill him in one move? Duan Lingtian, or Ling Jueyun and Huang Quan, and who were the top 5 stars, would not necessarily be able to could. He was defeated Zhou that Duan Lingtian. However, Tang Sanpao said he could kill Zhou Yongqi with a single move. At this moment, Zhou Yongqi's master, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo, was frowning as he looked at his disciple, Zhou Yongqi's opponent, Tang Sanpao. This Tang Sanpao, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation? With his disciple's strength, unless he was a 6-star god of war, no one would be able to kill him with a single move. A 6-star god of war. Is it possible? Zhou Bingguo stared at Tang Sanpao as thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. At the same time, he said to Zhou Yongqi through voice transmission, "Qi this is a matter of life and death. You can't be careless." Tang Sanpao doesn't look like he's lying. However, when he's with Feng Qingyang's disciple, Duan Lingtian, he's frivolous. Now, even I can't decide which one is the real him. After being defeated by Feng Qingyang, Zhou Bingguo had been paying attention to Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. The more he paid attention to Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. He did not expect such a young true disciple would be stronger than his last disciple. Zhou Yongqi was the disciple with the most outstanding innate talent. Otherwise, he would not have stopped accepting other disciples for Zhou Yongqi's sake. His last disciple was his last disciple. All this while Zhou Yongqi had been his pride. When Zhou Yongqi had displayed his strength as a 5-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, Zhou Bingguo had been looking forward to his disciple defeating Feng Qingyang's only true disciple, Duan Lingtian. However, from the looks of it now, it was impossible. Zhou Bingguo's disciple was no match for Feng Qingyang's disciple. It's up to you to decide. Although Zhou Bingguo was cautious, he did not dare to say that Tang Sanpao was not lying. For this reason, he decided to let his disciple make the decision. "Master." Zhou Yongqi quickly responded, "I don't believe he's capable of killing me with just one strike unless he's a 6-star god of war. The probability of a 6-star god of war appearing in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses is too low. Didn't you tell me that in the history of the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, there's only one 6-star god of war in every 100 battles?" Zhou Yongqi gritted his teeth and said, "I want to fight with him. If I'm defeated, how am I going to stand tall in the Qi Hongtian? How am I going to stand tall in this world?" Zhou Yongqi could imagine this. If he admitted defeat now and chose to surrender without a fight, it would be fine if Tang Sanpao displayed the strength of a 6-star war god. Everyone would say that he had good foresight and knew that Tang Sanpao was not someone to be trifled with. However, if Tang Sanpao was not a 6-star god of war, he would become the laughingstock of all the Devata realms. At that time, everyone in the Qihong heaven and the heavenly palace of the Qihong heaven would secretly laugh at him. That was not something he could accept. "Tang Sanpao, how arrogant of you!" Since he had made up his mind, Zhou Yongqi became fearless. He stared coldly at Tang Sanpao and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to kill me with just one strike." "Remember what you said. If you can't kill me with just one strike, you'll lose this battle," Zhou Yongqi said arrogantly. Upon seeing Zhou Yongqi's decision, Su Konghai, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, twitched his lips imperceptibly. He knew Zhou Yongqi's death was imminent. If Zhou Yongqi retreated now, he might be able to escape death. However, if he chose to stay, he was destined to be killed by his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao won't go back on my word," Tang Sanpao said indifferently. Upon seeing this, the group of young geniuses broke out in an uproar. Is Tang Sanpao serious? Killing Zhou Yongqi with just one strike? That's not realistic, right? Unless he's a 6-star god of war. Meanwhile, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Tang Sanpao from afar and shook his head. Tang Sanpao is so boastful. It seems like he's going to lose this battle. Not necessarily. On the other hand, Feng Qingyang shook his head. He had learned from his disciple, Duan Lingtian, through voice transmission that Tang Sanpao was the trump card of the Tidal Temple. He had long suspected the trump card of the Tidal Temple was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao, bring it on. Zhou Yongqi shouted as he made his move. His celestial origin energy surged, and the profundities from the law of war merged with his celestial origin energy. An emperor-grade celestial weapon appeared in his hand, and a shadow could be seen hovering above it. It's an emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Many people could not help but exclaim in surprise. They did not expect Zhou Yongqi to possess such a celestial weapon. After all, Zhou Yongqi had never revealed his celestial weapon before. This was his first time revealing his celestial weapon. However, when they thought about Zhou Yongqi's identity, they were not surprised at all. As the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor, it was only natural for him to possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon. As for why he did not reveal his celestial weapon earlier, it was because no one was strong enough to force him to reveal his celestial weapon. Now that Zhou Yongqi was facing Tang Sanpao, he did not hold back at all. Not only did he use all his trump cards, but he even brought out his trump card, the celestial artifact. From this, one could see how important this battle was to him. It seems like Zhou Yongqi is frightened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone all out. It's obvious. Tang Sanpao is really good at scaring people. However, it's also because of this that he's in a difficult position. Zhou Yongqi seems to be putting his life on the line. Many people shook their heads when they saw this. They felt Tang Sanpao was trapped in a cocoon of his own making. However, Tang Sanpao remained calm. It was as though he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. In the face of Zhou Yongqi's ferocious attack, he calmly took out a glove from his spatial ring and put it on his right hand. This was the first time Tang Sanpao had taken out this glove. It was completely black and green, and it was shimmering with a mysterious light. It was obvious it was not an ordinary item. He calmly put on the glove in front of everyone, completely ignoring Zhou Yongqi, who was getting closer and closer to him. When Zhou Yongqi was getting closer and closer to Tang Sanpao, he finally put on the glove. While the onlookers were worried for Tang Sanpao, Zhou Yongqi did not seem to be in a hurry at all. His movements were sluggish. Will he be able to make a move in time? In just a blink of an eye, Zhou Yongqi's attack was already close to Tang Sanpao. Many people could not help but wonder, will Tang Sanpao be able to make a move in time to block it? Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Tang Sanpao, who had been sluggish all this time, suddenly moved at this moment. His lazy eyes suddenly focused, and he pointed a finger at the void with his gloved hand. Of course, the direction he pointed at was also the direction where Zhou Yongqi was. Whoosh! Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, and a beam of light shot out. Just when many people subconsciously thought that the beam of light shot out by Tang Sanpao would be overshadowed by Zhou Yongqi's dazzling attack, and would not be able to compete with Zhou Yongqi's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the beam of light that was only as thick as a finger instantly enlarged and turned into a towering pillar of fire. It seemed to be indomitable. One end of the pillar was pressed against Tang Sanpao's fingertip, while the other end quickly retreated to meet Zhou Yongqi. Boom! With a loud noise, Zhou Yongqi's attack was dimmed. No! A shrill and miserable voice came at the right time. It was Zhou Yongqi's voice. In addition to the shrill and miserable voice, there was also regret and despair in his voice. Boom! Rumble! As Tang Sanpao pointed his finger, a solid and terrifying pillar of fire that reached the sky roared out. It was surrounded by countless flaming snakes that looked like lightning and thunder, and there was a faint cry. Whoosh! As Tang Sanpao lowered his finger and retracted it, the pillar of fire that reached the sky gradually dissipated. Chapter 35:16. Swoosh! Just as the pillar of flame was about to disappear, a figure appeared from the distance and entered the glove on Tang Sanpao's right hand in front of everyone's eyes. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Many people were shocked. On the other hand, Zhou Yongqi was nowhere to be seen. Only his celestial weapon and spatial ring were left on the ground. The celestial weapon was only slightly damaged, but the spatial ring was slightly distorted from the pressure. Swoosh! Su Konghai raised his hand, and an invisible force swept out, carrying Zhou Yongqi's storage ring and celestial artifact to the table in front of Zhou Bingwu, the heavenly emperor of Qihong. Zhou Bingwu's face was filled with rage, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. My condolences, heavenly Emperor Zhou, Su Konghai said indifferently. His voice was calm and emotionless. Although Zhou Bingwu was a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm and was ranked fourth on the heavenly emperor ranking in the title temple, he was only a quasi-god. However, he was only a quasi-god. If Zhou Bingwu insisted on killing Zhou Bingwu, it would be difficult for Zhou Bingwu to escape. Tang Sanpao. Zhou Bingwu did not look at the relics of his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi, that Su Konghai handed over to him. He was so angry that not only did his waterfall-like long hair break the hairband, but even his robes and the space around him shook slightly. The tremors were clearly visible to the naked eye. Bang! With a loud bang, Zhou Bingwu actually stomped on the ground and flew out in the blink of an eye. A vast and incomparable power also surged out from his body, emitting an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could destroy the heavens and earth. How dare you kill my disciple? You deserve to die! Zhou Bingwu roared. Then a silhouette shot out from his body and shot toward Tang Sanpao like a cannonball. Enough! Su Konghai didn't expect that Zhou Bingwu would dare to attack him. His complexion sank slightly. He shouted and opened his big hand. Suddenly, a huge palm that could cover the sky appeared and smashed Zhou Bingwu's attack. It was a complete beating. Hall Master Su, he killed my disciple! Zhou Bingwu's expression changed drastically. He was so angry that he had almost lost his mind. However, now that he had calmed down, he realized he was in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. All the young geniuses who participated in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses were protected by the title temple. The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is up to fate. Su Konghai coldly glanced at Zhou Bingwu and raised his hand again. The giant palm instantly disappeared and reappeared above Zhou Bingwu's head. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Zhou Bingwu was slapped to the ground. The small floating island he was on exploded into dust in just a blink of an eye. Even the old man who was accompanying Zhou Bingwu was smashed into smithereens by the palm. Only Zhou Bingwu didn't die, but he was heavily injured as well, and he was on the verge of collapse. He ceaselessly spat out mouthfuls of dazzling and resplendent blood, and it gushed out as if it was free. This scene, at this moment, caused the people present to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Was this the strength of a godly spirit? Su Konghai, the vice hall master of the title temple's main hall, was even stronger than a godly spirit. In the past, they had only heard about this. However, after witnessing Su Konghai's attack with their own eyes, they realized that Su Konghai was even more terrifying than the rumors made him out to be. He could suppress a heavenly emperor with ease. Moreover, it was obvious that he had held back. Otherwise, he would have killed Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian emperor, with just one slap. Thank you for showing mercy, Hall Master Su. Zhou Bingguo was severely injured, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. However, when he looked at Su Konghai again, he did not dare to show any anger. Instead, a bitter and regretful expression could be seen on his face. How could he have forgotten about the existence of the Tidal Temple? The Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms had a long history. It could be said that it was a banner of the Tidal Temple. It was rare to hear of people who dared to cause trouble during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Those who dared to cause trouble were usually killed. For this reason, Zhou Bingguo knew how lucky he was to have survived. Humph! Su Konghai snorted coldly and did not continue to attack. It was clear he did not intend to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Zhou Bingguo's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. The flames of hatred rose within him, and his face was filled with an extremely cold, killing intent. He could not make a move today. After the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms was over, he would seek justice for his disciple, Zhou Yongqi. An eye for an eye. What? Tang Sanpao looked at Zhou Bingguo indifferently when he saw the killing intent in Zhou Bingguo's eyes. Zhou Bingguo, don't tell me you intend to kill me after the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms is over? Humph! Zhou Bingguo snorted, clearly agreeing to Zhou Bingguo's words. Tang Sanpao smiled faintly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, you should give up on that idea. What? You have the guts to kill my disciple, but you don't have the guts to face my wrath? Zhou Bingguo sneered. Zhou Bingguo's words were akin to admitting he wanted to kill Tang Sanpao. As long as he did not attack during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms, even the Tidal Temple would not interfere. Zhou Bingguo is so eager to die. Su Li, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Zhou Bingguo speechlessly. At the same time, he whispered to Duan Lingtian, "Sometimes ignorance is a sin." Duan Lingtian shook his head. He could see Zhou Bingguo, the Qi Hongtian emperor, did not know Tang Sanpao was from the Tidal Temple. He thought the Tidal Temple had only attacked him to maintain order during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Zhou Bingguo. As soon as Zhou Bingguo finished speaking, Su Konghai's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhou Bingguo coldly. I'm only sparing your life because you did a good job in the past. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Su Konghai's voice was filled with killing intent. Upon seeing this, Zhou Bingguo, who had been acting arrogantly in front of Tang Sanpao, was dumbfounded. Why? Why is this happening? I didn't continue to fight during the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms. Why would Vice Hall Master Su of the Tidal Temple be so furious? Could it be that Tang Sanpao had agreed to join the Tidal Temple? Did they secretly come to such an agreement? Vice Hall Master Su. Is it possible that he has agreed to join the Tidal Temple? Zhou Bingguo asked warily. If he has already joined the Tidal Temple, then, naturally, I won't dare to touch him any more. Zhou Bingguo wanted to confirm Su Konghai's words. Humph! Su Konghai scoffed as he looked at Zhou Bingguo indifferently. He's a member of the Tidal Temple. How can he join the Tidal Temple? When Su Konghai's words came out, it could be said to be a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. What? Tang Sanpao is a member of the Tidal Temple? Isn't he a sectless cultivator? He's a member of the Tidal Temple? The technique that Tang Sanpao used just now should be enough to cross the threshold of a 6-star war god, right? The Tidal Temple actually nurtured a 6-star god of war? What's going on? What's going on? How did Tang Sanpao become a member of the Tidal Temple? Most people were dumbfounded. Just now, Tang Sanpao's strength was suspected to be a 6-star god of war, which naturally shocked everyone. However, before they could recover from their shock and exclaim, the Qi Hongtian emperor, Zhou Bingwu had already taken the initiative to attack Tang Sanpao, which attracted everyone's attention subconsciously. Now, Zhou Bingwu was suppressed by Su Konghai. After Zhou Bingwu revealed his killing intent toward Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai actually said that Tang Sanpao was a member of the Tidal Temple. Since they saw Tang Sanpao's technique until now, they had not been calm for a moment. What was excitement? This was excitement. Tang Sanpao is my martial nephew. He's the only true disciple of my senior who has retired from the world. Su Konghai continued, although my senior has retired from the world, he still has an idle position in the Tidal Temple. Tang Sanpao is the temporary successor of the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple. You want to kill him? Su Konghai looked at Zhou Bingwu with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhou Bingwu's expression changed completely at this moment. Tang Sanpao was not only a titled God Emperor, but he was also the temporary successor of the Temple Master of the Tidal Temple? Good heavens! Who was this brat who killed his last disciple, Zhou Yongqi? How could he have such a terrifying background? If he had such a background, he should have revealed it earlier. If he had revealed it, he would not have dared to provoke him. It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Zhou Bingwu tried his best to suppress his emotions. When he regained his senses, he looked at Su Konghai and hastily waved his hand and said, Vice Temple Master Su, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding. Tang Sanpao. No. Young Master Tang, it's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. After explaining the misunderstanding to Su Konghai, Zhou Bingwu turned to look at Tang Sanpao with a terrified expression on his face. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene, especially the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms, felt sorry for Tang Sanpao. Zhou Bingwu, the Qi Hongtian Emperor, was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking. He had the strength of a 9-star god of war. However, such a person was like a stray dog at this moment, wagging his tail and begging for pity. They finally realized how terrifying the Tidal Temple was. Even a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm, who was a 9-star god of war, was as weak as an ant in front of the Tidal Temple. The Tidal Temple could easily crush him. Perhaps the heavenly emperors of the various Devata realms would only be fearless of the Tidal Temple after they had become gods. Are they finally coming out? Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was standing next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at the clouds in the distance. Brother Feng, what are you? Just as Ding Fu was about to ask Feng Qingyang what he was looking at, he raised his head and saw a black figure descending from the sky. Chapter 35:17. Tang Sanpao's master was Su Konghai's senior martial brother? After seeing Su Konghai's attack and hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious. He never expected that there was such a connection between Tang Sanpao and Su Konghai. Based on the current situation, Tang Sanpao's master was indeed a recluse. However, this person was a member of the Tidal Temple. Even though he had gone into seclusion, he still held a position in the Tidal Temple and was closely related to the titled god emperors. Otherwise, how could his disciple have become the successor of the Tidal Temple Master? Duan Lingtian knew that the hall master that Su Konghai mentioned was not the hall masters of the sub-halls, but the hall master of the main hall, who was in charge of the entire Tidal Temple. Could it be that Tang Sanpao's master also wanted to test his master when he fought against him back then? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask his master, Feng Qingyang, through voice transmission. We'll talk about it later. Feng Qingyang quickly replied, Someone's coming. Someone's coming? Hearing his master Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was startled at first, then subconsciously looked at his master, only to find that his master was looking straight at the sky. He immediately followed his master's gaze. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw a black shadow floating down from the clouds in the sky at a steady speed. When the silhouette approached, the people present all noticed him. Whoosh! It was an old man dressed in a long black robe. His wrinkled face was cold, and his eyes were frighteningly sharp. He had two long and narrow, white, sword-like eyebrows, which resembled two swords. After the old man appeared, he stood there, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Left guardian of Dharma. After the old man appeared, Su Konghai looked at the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo, with pity and sighed inwardly. Zhou Bingguo had done a good job for him in the past. For this reason, he had decided to let Zhou Bingguo off the hook this time. Who knew Zhou Bingguo would take a yard after he gave him an inch? He wanted to kill Tang Sanpao after the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This was a taboo for the Title Temple. Currently, Tang Sanpao wasn't just a true disciple of a reclusive higher-up. He was also the successor of the Title Temple Master. When Duan Lingtian had become the successor to the Hall Master of the Title Temple, the left guardian of the Title Temple had been by his side to protect him. This was also the privilege of a successor to the Hall Master of the Title Temple. He was originally thinking that if the left protector did not appear, and if Zhou Bingguo admitted his mistake with a good attitude, he could let him off. Who knew the old man would show up in the end? His appearance meant Zhou Bingguo's death was imminent. Vice Temple Master Su, why didn't you kill him? The old man asked as he looked at Su Konghai. Although his voice was calm, everyone present on the scene could hear the killing intent in his voice. Su Konghai smiled wryly. The left guardian of Dharma has done a good job for the Title Temple in the past. The Temple Master even praised him for that. Is that why he's still alive after threatening the young master? The old man asked indifferently. He was the left guardian of Dharma. Su Konghai remained silent. Naturally, he knew this was not enough to save Zhou Bingguo's life. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. Then he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion in the direction of Zhou Bingguo. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Zhou Bingguo could even circulate his celestial origin energy, 5 huge green vines appeared and wrapped around him like ropes. Zhou Bingguo's expression changed drastically. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, the vines tightened around him and bound him. The old man was hiding in the clouds, protecting Tang Sanpao as he watched the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms from afar. From the moment the old man appeared until he killed the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo, from the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Tang Sanpao at all. Even then, most people's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Tang Sanpao again. A heavenly emperor from a Devata realm, who was ranked 4th on the heavenly emperor ranking, was killed by Duan Lingtian because of this young man. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the strength of the Title Temple. Many heavenly emperors who were weaker than the Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Bingguo, felt sorry for the death of the same person. If the Title Temple wanted to kill them, they would not be able to escape death. The battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms continues. When Su Konghai finished speaking, everyone's attention finally returned to the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms. Su Konghai continued to say, since Zhou Yongqi is dead, apart from him who failed his challenge, those who are ranked behind him will be ranked 1 rank ahead of him. Zhou Yongqi was originally ranked 6th, but since he failed his challenge, he should have been ranked 6th. However, due to his death, the 6th rank is now empty. Sima Rue, who was originally ranked 7th, is now ranked 6th. Those who are ranked behind him will be ranked 6th, and so on. Zhou Yongqi's death could be said to be a blessing to many people. Naturally, the 30th rank was now empty. Now, let's welcome the next person to challenge the 5th rank, Duan Lingtian. Su Konghai said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Tang Sanpao had already left the arena. However, he did not return to Duan Lingtian and the others. Instead, he found an empty seat on the other side of the arena and sat down. However, even so, as he sat there, the people around him still looked at him in unison. It was not until he frowned and looked around that the people looked away guiltily. It's Duan Lingtian's turn now. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian rose into the air and entered the arena in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, many people were curious who Duan Lingtian would challenge. Duan Lingtian has the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Among the people ranked in front of him, Zhong Guiyu seems to be the weakest. Will he choose Zhong Guiyu as his opponent? It's possible. If he chooses Zhong Guiyu as his opponent, not only will he be able to advance his ranking, but he'll also be able to bide his time. If I were him, I'd choose Zhong Guiyu. Most of the people present on the scene had guessed correctly this time. Duan Lingtian had chosen Zhong Guiyu as his opponent. Duan Lingtian. After Zhong Guiyu entered the arena, he had a wry smile on his face. What are you doing? You have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. I'm not a match for you. Huh? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember when you first displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war in the Devata Realm's Genius Battle. You sent me a voice transmission saying that you hoped I wouldn't disappoint you. Now, I'm standing in front of you. Isn't this what you want? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked deeply at Zhong Guiyu. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Zhong Guiyu's face was filled with bitterness. You're challenging me because of my voice transmission? Zhong Guiyu was completely dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian was too blind, wasn't he? Didn't he see that Zhong Guiyu's strength was inferior to his? At this time, he still challenged him. Wasn't this bullying? The group of onlookers was also stunned. So, Duan Lingtian challenged Zhong Guiyu not because Zhong Guiyu was the weakest among the people ranked before him, but because Zhong Guiyu provoked him? This is interesting. When Zhong Guiyu provoked Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he didn't even dream that Duan Lingtian would have the strength of a top 5-star god of war. Many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see the world in chaos. Chapter 35:18. Zhong Guiyu was infuriated and anxious when he heard the discussion among the young geniuses. However, in the end, he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. I admit defeat. He admitted defeat. As expected, Zhong Guiyu's admission of defeat attracted disdainful looks. However, Zhong Guiyu turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, you're more outstanding than my senior sister said. However, I firmly believe I'll be able to catch up to you one day. Zhong Guiyu said solemnly, I'm a few hundred years behind you, but it doesn't mean I won't be able to catch up to you in the future. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently and left the place with Zhong Guiyu. Although Duan Lingtian had challenged Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu had admitted defeat, the people present on the scene were only disappointed for a moment before they regained their spirits. This was because after Duan Lingtian had defeated Zhong Guiyu, it was Tang Sanpao's turn to challenge the people in front of him. In the beginning, Tang Sanpao was ranked second. Now that Huang Quan and Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian, he had fallen to 5th place. Currently, the top 10 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses were as follows. 1st place, Ling Jueyun. 2nd place, Huang Quan, and 3rd place, Duan Lingtian. 4th place, Zhong Guiyu. 5th place, Tang Sanpao. 6th place, Sima Rui. 7th place, Yi Dongli. 8th place, Hong Yuan. 9th place, Lu Su Yen. 10th place, Yu Dongfang. After Tang Sanpao's challenge, the first round of challenges is over. Although there's still Zhong Guiyu, I'm sure Zhong Guiyu won't challenge anyone else since the people in front of him are all stronger than him. At this moment, it was not only one or two people who thought so. Most people felt the same way as well. Zhong Guiyu has just been challenged by Duan Lingtian. According to the rules, even if he lost without a fight, Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him. Duan Lingtian won't be able to challenge. Tang Sanpao won't be able to challenge him as well. Huang Quanen and Ling Jueyun, Tang Sanpao. Who do you think he'll challenge? He seems to be quite familiar with Duan Lingtian and Ling Jueyun. He'll probably challenge Huang Quanen, right? Although Huang Quan is proficient in the law of time and is almost invincible among those below the 6-star god of war, no one below the 6-star god of war can defeat him unless Ling Jueyun is his nemesis. However, Tang Sanpao has displayed strength that is suspected to be at the 6-star god of war level. If Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war, it won't be difficult for him to defeat Huang Quan, and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew into the arena. In the previous round, he had challenged Zhou Yongqi, the last disciple of the Qi Hongtian Emperor Zhou Bingguo. In the end, Zhou Yongqi died. In fact, Zhou Bingguo, the great Qi Hongtian Emperor who wanted to stand up for Zhou Yongqi, also died not long after. All of this was because of Tang Sanpao, the young hall master of the Tidal Temple. I challenge, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, Huang Quanen! Although he only had two choices, Ling Jueyun or Huang Quanen. After glancing at Ling Jueyun, he still chose Huang Quan and Ling Jueyun. It's not that I'm afraid of you, but I feel that our battle should be left for later. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and said solemnly, I'll keep you company. Ling Jueyun sat beside Duan Lingtian. His gaze was still cold and his words were concise. On the surface, he didn't show any emotion because of Tang Sanpao's challenge. At the same time, Huang Quan entered the arena. His expression was equally solemn. Tang Sanpao was suspected to have the strength of a 6-star god of war. It would be fine if he didn't, but if he did, Huang Quan had no chance of winning. Huang Quan's own strength hadn't reached the level of a peak 5-star god of war. He was relying entirely on one-thought vicissitudes to be able to dominate the other 5-star gods of war. I'll give you 3 chances to use one-thought vicissitudes on me. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao, who was facing off against Huang Quan, looked at Huang Quan and said calmly. Once he said this, the crowd instantly went into an uproar. It seems that Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, might really be a 6-star god of war. Otherwise, how would he dare to speak so arrogantly? Let's wait and see. Whether or not he has the strength of a 6-star god of war can be confirmed through this battle. Huang Quan isn't someone who's easy to deal with. He'll be able to force out his true strength. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Huang Quan used one-thought vicissitudes on Tang Sanpao. However, Tang Sanpao easily blocked it. He stood on the spot without moving and easily blocked it. Huang Quan's law profound meaning fused with his soul energy and blocked it. Seal. When Huang Quan saw that Tang Sanpao had a chance to attack, he blocked his attack. Immediately, with a thought, the power fused with the law of time swept out and enveloped the space where Tang Sanpao was. Then, one-thought vicissitudes arrived as scheduled. Xiu! Xiu! However, when one-thought vicissitudes was still halfway, it was blocked by the soul attack shot out from Tang Sanpao's eyes. You're actually not affected by my law of time? Huang Quan's pupils shrank and his face was filled with shock. You're a 6-star god of war. You're definitely a 6-star god of war. Only those with the strength of a 6-star god of war and above can ignore my time seal. Huang Quan's words completely confirmed that Tang Sanpao was a 6-star god of war. Tang Sanpao is really a 6-star god of war? Although Tang Sanpao did not attack brilliantly, it was a fact that he could ignore Huang Quan's time seal. Huang Quan had already said that only 6-star gods of war could ignore his time seal. Under such circumstances, it was almost certain that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war. He's really a six-star god of war. Heavens! There's really a six-star god of war in this Devata realm battle of geniuses. This Devata realm battle of geniuses will go down in history. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war, the crowd went into a frenzy. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms were shocked. Even the high-ranking officials of the tidal temples' sub-palaces were shocked. None of them expected there was a six-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old in the tidal temple's main temple. No wonder he's the successor to the palace master of the tidal temple and the young master of the tidal temple. He's actually a six-star god of war under the age of 1,000. Even the current palace master of the tidal temple is only a five-star god of war under the age of 1,000, right? As long as he can maintain this progress, he'll be even stronger than the current palace master of the tidal temple. At this moment, the crowd was no longer surprised that Tang Sanpao would become the successor to the palace master of the tidal temple. If such a person, not to mention that he was a direct descendant of the tidal temple, was qualified to become the successor of the tidal temple's hall master, who was qualified to do so. I admit defeat. After confirming that Tang Sanpao was a six-star god of war, Huang Quan admitted defeat. He had no intention of continuing the duel with Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao left the duel under everyone's heated gazes. He's really a six-star god of war. Su Li sighed as he looked at Tang Sanpao's back. I was just guessing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly shocking. On the other hand, Zhang Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jinni, who were sitting in the back row, were dumbfounded. Six-star god of war. He's a six-star god of war? They did not expect the young man who was chatting and laughing with them not long ago to be a six-star god of war. To be more precise, he was a six-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old. Moreover, he had another identity. The young master of the tidal temple. This identity was even more intimidating than the son of the heavenly emperor, or the holy son of a heaven-grade force. Zhong Guiyu, you're the last person standing. While everyone's attention was still on Tang Sanpao, Su Konghai said to Zhong Guiyu in a loud and clear voice. At the same time, he attracted everyone's attention. I give up. This time, Zhong Guiyu only left his seat and did not have any intention of entering the arena. His decision was not unfamiliar to the people present. At the same time, no one made fun of him. They even felt that he was a wise man who adapted to the circumstances. Moreover, he decisively admitted defeat. For the group of spectators, it was also a good thing. At least they did not need to waste time watching a duel where the result was already predicted. Since that's the case, the first round of the ranking battle is over. Next will begin the second round. Su Konghai announced once again. Now, the 29th place began to challenge because there was no one left in the 30th place. Due to the death of Qi Hongtian Emperor, Zhou Binghui's disciple, Zhou Yongqi, there was an empty spot. Deputy Temple Master Su. At this time, a heavenly emperor could not help but ask, the 30th place is empty. Will someone have a chance to compete? As soon as the heavenly emperor's voice fell, a group of young geniuses who felt that they had a chance to win the 30th place had their eyes lit up. They looked at Su Konghai expectantly. However, Su Konghai's response disappointed them greatly. The 30th place is empty. No one will compete. Immediately after, the challenges began again. Although the challenges of the four-star war gods were intense, they were far inferior to the challenges of the five-star war gods. Most of the spectators were also somewhat dispirited. Although it was strenuous for Su Li, he had once again maintained his ranking. Soon, it was the 10th place, a young genius with the strength of a five-star war god. He was the third direct disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan Tian, Yu Dongfang. Yu Dongfang, who are you challenging? Su Konghai asked Yu Dongfang. Hearing this, Yu Dongfang did not hesitate and said bluntly, Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu was currently ranked the highest among those who did not have the strength of a peak 5-star war god. For this reason, Yu Dongfang chose him to replace him. Currently, his goal in this year's Devata Realms Genius Battle was no longer to be in the top 3. Instead, he wanted to be ranked behind a peak 5-star war god. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to even be in the top 4, let alone the top 3. Currently, there were 3 peak 5-star war gods and 1 6-star war god in the top 4. Chapter 35:19. Zhong Guiyu was currently ranked 5th. However, Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, wanted to challenge him. Yu Dongfang had been defeated many times. First, he was defeated by Huang Quan. Then, he was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Although his master did not blame him and even comforted him when he apologized for being useless, he still found it difficult to accept the fact that he had been defeated twice in a row. He had always been the most outstanding disciple under the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow Origin Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan. Although his senior brothers and senior sisters were stronger than him, he was still young. Given enough time, he was certain he would surpass his senior brothers and senior sisters. In the heavenly palace of the Yellow Origin Heaven, he was considered a genius in the entire Yellow Origin Heaven. His journey in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had been smooth sailing until he encountered Huang Quan and Duan Lingtian. It was only then that he was defeated. Now, he desperately needed a battle to prove himself. For this reason, he chose to challenge Zhong Guiyu, who was currently ranked 5th. His goal had changed from being in the top 3 to being ranked 5th. Only then would he be able to redeem himself. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Su Li asked Duan Lingtian when Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu were facing each other. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard Su Li's words. It's hard to say. Both of them have displayed similar strength. In the end, we'll see who's more composed. I think they'll win. In terms of composure, I think Zhong Guiyu will win, Su Li said. Yu Dongfang is no longer as calm as he used to be, Su Li said. A genius that has always been able to look down upon his peers has lost successively at the hands of Huang Quan and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it wouldn't be so easy for him to continue maintaining his composure. Ling Jueyin chimed in. I think Zhong Guiyu will win this battle. Then Yu Dongfang and Zhong Guiyu began to fight in full view of the public. The strength of the two was indeed on par with each other. After a few dozen moves, it was still difficult to determine the winner and loser, and no one had the upper hand. However, after 100 moves, those with good eyesight could see that Yu Dongfang was a little anxious. Sigh. On one of the floating islands, the Heavenly Emperor of Shenyuan, Gongsun Shenyuan, sighed and shook his head. Yu Haotian, the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, shook his head as well. Your disciple is too impatient. It seems like the previous defeat has dealt a huge blow to him. He's probably in a hurry to prove himself, and it's hard for him to maintain his composure after such a long battle. It's good to suffer a setback. Gongsun Shenyuan quickly regained his composure and said, in the past, he only knew that Shenyuan Tian was invincible among the younger generation. However, the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms has taught him that there's always someone better than him. After another 10 moves, Yu Dongfang was completely at a disadvantage. After 3 moves, Yu Dongfang lost. If I hadn't been careless, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me, Yu Dongfang said in a deep voice as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhong Guiyu with a disgruntled expression on his face. Perhaps. Zhong Guiyu smiled faintly before he turned around and left. After all, he had been defeated one after another, and he had been demoted from the 1st place to the 5th place. Even someone like him could not help but feel slightly sullen. However, now that Yu Dongfang had delivered himself to him and was defeated by him, he felt much better. Earlier, when he fought with Yu Dongfang, even he felt a little impatient, let alone Yu Dongfang. However, Yu Dongfang was the first to lose his patience. When he saw Yu Dongfang's impatience, he calmed down and defeated Yu Dongfang after a few dozen moves. Yu Dongfang had failed his challenge and continued to be ranked 10th. However, he could no longer challenge Zhong Guiyu and had no chance to avenge his humiliation. Even if he felt that he could avenge his humiliation and at least fight to a draw with Zhong Guiyu, it was useless. If he challenged the same person in the same round, he would not be able to start over. If he could start over, how was he supposed to continue? Was he supposed to wait until he had not made any mistakes and his opponent had made a mistake? Would his opponent be willing to accept that? No matter what, Yu Dongfang's loss was a loss. At this moment, he could only fight for the 6th place. Among the top 4, there were 2 people who had defeated him, so he could not challenge them. He knew he was not a match for the other 2 people. It was not that he had not thought about the possibility of Zhong Guiyu being defeated and replaced by him. However, those who were strong enough to defeat Zhong Guiyu were also strong enough to defeat him. However, judging from the situation of the others, it should be impossible for them to have the strength to defeat Zhong Guiyu, because he was confident that he was not weaker than any of them. Lu Su-yen, 9th place, enter the arena and issue a challenge. After Yu Dongfang was eliminated, Su Konghai, who was presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, announced. Lu Su-yen had fewer opponents to choose from. Yi Dongli had already defeated the person in front of her, so it was impossible for her to challenge her again. As for the other 5 people, Zhong Guiyu, who was ranked 5th, and the 4 people in front of her, she knew that she was no match for them, so it was impossible for her to challenge them. Therefore, she only had 2 opponents left. Sima Rue, who was ranked 6th, and Hong Yuan, who was ranked 8th. Both of them were young geniuses, nurtured by the Title Temple. In the end, Lu Su-yen chose to challenge Sima Rue, who was ranked 6th. However, she was defeated by Sima Rue. 8th place, Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan chose to challenge Yi Dongli. In the end, he took out an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and defeated Yi Dongli. Hong Yuan was second only to Tang Sanpao among the younger generation in the Title Temple. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was given to him by the Title Temple a few years ago. Even if the Title Temple did not give him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon, his master, the main hall elder of the Title Temple, who was much stronger than most heavenly emperors, would have given him the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Hong Yuan, you're promoted. Su Konghai looked at Hong Yuan with a satisfied expression on his face. Hong Yuan bowed respectfully at Su Konghai before he left the arena. Su Konghai was the vice palace master of the Title Temple. Even Hong Yuan's master had to be respectful to Su Konghai. Naturally, he did not dare to disrespect Su Konghai. Yi Dongli, you can issue a challenge now or wait until the next round. Su Konghai said as he looked at Yi Dongli, who had yet to leave the arena. I'm not challenging anymore. 8th place is good enough. Yi Dongli shook her head. Clearly, she had decided to give up. Nobody made fun of her for making such a decision. Most people thought she was smart and knew how to adapt to circumstances. Since Yi Dongli had given up, Su Konghai looked at Sima Rue, who was currently ranked 6th on the spectator seats, and asked, Sima Rue, what about you? Do you want to issue a challenge? I give up as well. Sima Rue shook his head. Although his strength was on par with Hong Yuan, he knew that he wasn't Zhong Guiyu's opponent. As for the other 4, there was no need to even mention them. Any one of the 4 could beat him up. 5th place, Zhong Guiyu. After Sima Rue gave up, Su Konghai looked at Zhong Guiyu. Zhong Guiyu did not hesitate to give up as well. When Zhong Guiyu gave up, not only did the atmosphere turn gloomy, but it also turned lively. It's finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian won't give up, right? Definitely not. His strength is also at the peak of the 5-star war god level. He might not be as strong as Tang Sanpao, but he's definitely on par with Ling Jueyun. Will he choose the 3rd place Huang Quanan? It's possible, but if it's Huang Quanan, unless he's a 6-star war god, has some secret technique, or has a bloodline like Ling Jueyun that can restrain Huang Quanan's vicissitudes of thought, he won't be a match for Huang Quanan. When it was almost Duan Lingtian's turn, the spectator seats were in an uproar. It was as if Duan Lingtian was very popular. Duan Lingtian, who do you plan to challenge? Before Duan Lingtian went up, Su Li asked curiously. Unlike the others, he had almost blind confidence in Duan Lingtian. Although the people ranked ahead of Duan Lingtian had all displayed amazing strength, he firmly believed that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than them. I'll challenge Huang Quanan first. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've never met such a strong opponent who's skilled in the law of time. It's a good opportunity for me to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Konghai's voice sounded again. 4th place, Duan Lingtian. Go up and choose your opponent. Hearing Su Konghai's words, Duan Lingtian left a seat and stepped into the air. When he appeared on the stage, Duan Lingtian could feel many gazes on him. At the same time, among these gazes, there was a strange light that gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. He tilted his head slightly and saw the palace master of the tidal temples, Xianyuan Heaven Branch Temple, Tathagata. To be more precise, it was the dead spirit race's clansman. Tathagata was currently not in control of his own body. You want to take over my body? Duan Lingtian glanced at Tathagata with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. This made Tathagata, who was also Yahiko, look particularly fierce. It was obvious that he was angry. I challenge! Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally announced the opponent he was going to challenge. 3rd place, Huang Quanan. Huang Quanan. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, even the crowd, who had been prepared, could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian actually chose Huang Quanan. Doesn't he know that Huang Quanan's law of time is strange? Although Huang Quanan's law of time is strange and powerful, do you think Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao are easy to deal with? Both of them were existences that had once defeated Huang Quanan. Under normal circumstances, if Duan Lingtian can't even defeat Huang Quanan, it's basically impossible for him to be a match for Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huang Quanan flew up to the stage. The battle between Duan Lingtian and the top 5-star god of war, who was good at the law of time, was about to start. Chapter 35:20. Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time as well? Huang Quanan looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously after he entered the arena. He had been defeated by Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. For a moment he had doubted his life. In fact, he had been aiming for 1st place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, it was clear that it was impossible now. Up until now, there were only 2 people who could defeat him. Initially, he thought he was invincible among those below the 6-star god of war. Therefore, he was confident he would be able to win 1st place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. However, he did not expect there would be a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao. Apart from Tang Sanpao, there was another 5-star god of war, Ling Jueyun. Although Ling Jueyun did not display his strength as a 6-star god of war, Ling Jueyun's bloodline allowed him to freely switch between his death clone and his true body. Huang Quanan, who was confident he would be able to win 1st place in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, suffered 2 defeats. Now, there was another person who had challenged him. Moreover, this person was the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven who had ascended to godhood. Most importantly, Huang Quan was not weak at all. His opponent was not even 700 years old. Since Ling Juyan was not even 700 years old, it was not a big deal if he could defeat Huang Quan. After all, Huang Quan was from a realm of gods. However, Huang Quan did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. However, Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude gave Huang Quan an inexplicable sense of confidence. For this reason, Huang Quan was extremely wary of Duan Lingtian. He could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian, do you have a way to counter my law of time? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just want to feel your law of time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, those who had high hopes for him were rendered speechless again. Could it be that you challenged Huang Quan just to feel his time laws? He didn't go there to defeat Huang Quan? Duan Lingtian said so. Does that mean he has already given up? I've always thought it's impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Huang Quan. He's destined to be ranked 4th in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses, while Huang Quan is ranked 3rd. As for the first place, it will definitely be Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao is a 6-star war god. Naturally, he deserves to be number 1. Now, because of Duan Lingtian's words, most people thought that he had already admitted defeat. As for Huang Quan, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he had similar thoughts. Of course, the reason why he had such thoughts was more because he felt that Duan Lingtian could not possibly be his opponent. Vicissitudes in a single thought should be your strongest technique, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quan. Although Huang Quan did not know why Duan Lingtian suddenly asked this question, he still nodded. The vicissitudes in a single thought was indeed his strongest technique. It was also his biggest trump card. Naturally, if he wanted to hit his opponent with the vicissitudes in a single thought, he would need to use other techniques from the law of time as well. Use your vicissitudes in a single thought. I won't dodge, Duan Lingtian said to Huang Quan. However, Huang Quan only frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If I dodge, it'll be my loss, Duan Lingtian said. He could see Huang Quan was worried. It was not difficult to guess Huang Quan was worried Duan Lingtian would lie to him. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the people present on the scene. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to see Huang Quan's technique. If he doesn't dodge, Huang Quan can effortlessly use vicissitudes in a single thought on him. Many people were already shaking their heads. They felt that the battle was about to end. All right, Duan Lingtian made a promise in front of everyone. Huang Quan was also relieved. Earlier, he was worried that Duan Lingtian was only talking. Once he did not use any technique to imprison Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian dodged smoothly, he would be able to gain the initiative. At that time, although he might not necessarily lose, he would be forced into a passive position. He naturally could not take the risk. Now that Duan Lingtian had made a promise in front of everyone, he had no more worries. In the next instant, under the gazes of everyone present, Huang Quan's eyes flashed. He used vicissitudes in a single thought again. A strange power cut through the sky and smoothly entered Duan Lingtian's body. This is vicissitudes in a single thought. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian stood in place, motionless. However, after a while, the crowd discovered that Duan Lingtian's body had not changed at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not show any signs of aging. I see. After Duan Lingtian was struck by Huang Quan's vicissitudes in a single thought, he was able to confirm the theory behind Huang Quan's vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quan's vicissitudes in a single thought would affect his soul and destroy his body, causing his vitality to drain away rapidly. Although Huang Quan's vicissitudes in a single thought had penetrated his body and attacked his soul, it did not affect his soul at all. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Huang Quan'an's vicissitudes in a single thought would not be able to destroy his body. After all, if Duan Lingtian's vicissitudes in a single thought were not affected, he would be able to control the energy in his body and expel the time energy that was trying to destroy his body. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian, who was still in a daze, finally regained his senses. He looked at Huang Quan'an and said, "Not bad. Those below the 6-star god of war would definitely be affected if they didn't have Ling Jueyun's trump card." The souls of celestial emperors, especially titled celestial emperors, would improve as their comprehension of profundities increased. For example, the souls of 5-star gods of war were different from the souls of 6-star gods of war. When the profundities of laws improved and changed the soul would become even more indestructible. Just like earlier, Huang Quan'an's goal was to affect Duan Lingtian's soul. However, since Duan Lingtian's soul was too strong, Huang Quan'an's vicissitudes in a single thought was not effective at all. Seal. When Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Quan, and with a smile on his face, Huang Quan suddenly shouted. Then, a wave of energy that he had been accumulating swept out and shrouded Duan Lingtian. This was a time storm. Wherever it passed, time froze. Even the smile on Duan Lingtian's face froze in an instant. Vicissitudes in a single thought. Huang Quan'an was about to cast the vicissitudes in a single thought again when Duan Lingtian's smile widened. "Not bad. You've stopped time and trapped me in time. The law of time is indeed the strongest of the 4 supreme laws," Duan Lingtian said. "You." Huang Quan'an's eyes widened in shock and disbelief when he saw Duan Lingtian had broken his law of time in just a blink of an eye. "You're really a 6-star god of war." Earlier, when the vicissitudes in a single thought hit Duan Lingtian, it did not affect Duan Lingtian at all. For this reason, Huang Quan'an had suspected Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that he saw his law of time could not restrain Duan Lingtian, he was certain of his suspicion. With his current cultivation base and his attainments in the law of time, only a 6-star god of war or stronger would be able to ignore his law of time. Before Huang Quan'an had spoken, the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were already shocked. Su Konghai, the host, had a grave expression on his face as well. The greed in the eyes of Lord Yehiko, the pavilion master of the tidal temple's Xian Yuan Heaven Subtemple, was uncontrollable. "Wind Celestial Emperor, your disciple has concealed his strength well, but so have you." Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, looked at Feng Qingyang calmly. He could tell Feng Qingyang knew his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was a 6-star god of war, or stronger. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Moreover, he's a transcender. Wind Celestial Emperor, not only are you heaven-defying, but you're also heaven-defying when it comes to choosing disciples. Compared to your disciple, my disciple is dumber than a pig. Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, smiled bitterly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His master had always praised him, but now his master was saying he was dumber than a pig? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses was at its peak. Heavens, another 6-star god of war. Has there ever been 2 6-star gods of war in the Devata realm's battles of the geniuses? I don't think so. 2 6-star gods of war in the same Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. I'm afraid we're witnessing an unprecedented event. The faces of the young geniuses flushed with excitement. It was as though the 6-star gods of war were them instead of Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. On the other hand, those who used to regard Duan Lingtian as a rival, such as Yu Dongfang, had an ashen expression on his face. He knew he would never be able to catch up to Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Zhong Guiyu had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "Senior sister, your little junior brother is much more heaven-defying than you said. A 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. Heavens, Even in the world of divine remains, there aren't many of such existences among the natives of the world of divine remains, right? It had to be said that Zhong Guiyu was shocked. Ouyang Su, who had knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of becoming a disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. To think he had wanted to become a disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor. As it turned out, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor was such a heaven-defying existence. A 6-star god of war who was not even 700 years old. His talent and comprehension were even more heaven-defying than the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang Sanpao. Tang Sanpao was much older than Duan Lingtian. Do you still want to continue? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huang Quanan. What's there to continue? Huang Quanan smiled bitterly. You're a 6-star god of war. Don't tell me you want to humiliate me. Your opponent shouldn't be me. It should be Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Huang Quanan looked at Su Konghai and said, Vice Temple Master Su, I admit defeat. Su Konghai nodded. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and announced Duan Lingtian's victory. At this moment, Su Konghai's gaze turned complicated. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 35:21. Su Konghai did not expect there would be another 6-star god of war in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses this time, apart from his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was not even 700 years old, but he had already mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, the Sword Tao and the Tao of Control. Although he knew that he had just grasped the basics, he had already grasped it. Even as the vice palace master of the main hall of the Tidal Temple, he had only come into contact with one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. He still had a long way to go before he could grasp the basics of the Tao of heaven and earth. If we have the chance, we must imprison Duan Lingtian in the Tidal Temple so that he can share his Sword Tao and Tao of Control. At the same time, Su Konghai muttered to himself as traces of light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Of course, compared to Master Yahiko, he was much more subtle. At least, even Duan Lingtian didn't notice the abnormality in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was originally in 4th place, but now that he had successfully challenged Huang Quanan, who was in 3rd place, he smoothly advanced to 3rd place and replaced him. At this time, under normal circumstances, Huang Quanan could wait for another round to issue a challenge, or he could issue a challenge now. However, the current situation was special. After all, the 3 people ranked before Huang Quan and had already defeated him. For this reason, there was no point in continuing to challenge them. Moreover, according to the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, he was no longer allowed to challenge Duan Lingtian and the other 2. Since Huang Quanan can't issue a challenge, then it's Tang Sanpao's turn to issue a challenge. Tang Sanpao is now in 2nd place. If he wants to issue a challenge, it's destined that he can only challenge one person. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Quanan left the stage, many burning gazes fell on Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun. Tang Sanpao was 2nd and Ling Jueyun was 1st. Tang Sanpao could only challenge Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun, come on up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Sanpao flew away from the spectator seats and stepped into the air in the blink of an eye. The moment he entered the arena, he looked at Ling Jueyun and said bluntly, although his voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Then, Ling Jueyun entered the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The 2 of them stood facing each other. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun and smiled faintly. Ling Jueyun, your bloodline can restrain Huang Quanan, but it can't restrain me. If that's all you have, I'm afraid you're not my match. Whether I'm a match for you or not, we'll only know after we try. Ling Jueyun said calmly. Then let's cut the crap. Come on. As soon as Tang Sanpao opened his mouth, his body suddenly ignited with blazing flames. The flames burned to the extreme, turning from fiery red to white, causing the void to tremble. Obviously, the temperature had reached a terrifying level. In the next moment, Tang Sanpao's body swayed and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Ling Jueyun. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then his entire body bloomed with a blood-red light, like a blood-red meteor streaking across the sky. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing many of the people present to tremble. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun had collided, and the two of them were evenly matched. Seeing that they could not gain the upper hand, the two of them quickly retreated. It seems like I've underestimated you. Tang Sanpao looked at Ling Jueyun in surprise. Then he made his move again. With a wave of his hand, a white light condensed from flames shot out. It was extremely sharp, and it seemed like it could cut through anything. This time, a figure shot out of Ling Jueyun's body and blocked the white light with its bare hands. This was the Law of Death's undead clone profundity that Ling Jueyun had cast. However, even though it had withstood Tang Sanpao's attack, the undead doppelganger was already badly damaged. Ling Jueyun, I'm very curious. Do you have the strength of a 6-star god of war? Tang Sanpao no longer held back when he attacked again. It was as though he was a 6-star god of war, and it was as though he could defeat all his enemies. This time, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other young geniuses, many heavenly emperors from the Devata realms and high-ranking officials from the various title temples had a solemn expression on their faces. Tang Sanpao no longer held back. He knew it was impossible for him to defeat Ling Jueyun even if he did not hold back. In that case, he might as well go all out to prevent himself from being injured. In this kind of battle, if he was injured, he would be at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Tang Sanpao revealed his strength as a 6-star god of war. He had fused many profundities from the law of fire, making him look like a majestic god of fire. Furthermore, the flames that surrounded his entire body were a blazing white, so bright that it was somewhat dazzling. Even though the spectators were seated far away in the spectator stands, they could clearly feel the fiery aura that swept towards them. The blazing white flames seemed to be able to incinerate everything. Ling Jueyun, be careful! At the same time, a spear appeared in Tang Sanpao's hand. On top of the 7-foot-long spear, there was a spear light. One could vaguely see that within the spear light, there seemed to be a blood-red light flashing. The blood-red light had a pair of ghostly green eyes that sent chills down one's spine. This is Tang Sanpao's first time using his celestial weapon. It's obvious his celestial weapon is an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When Tang Sanpao revealed his celestial weapon, an uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone instinctively shifted their attention to Ling Jueyun. Buzz! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ling Jueyun drew his sword from its scabbard. It was a flexible sword. It swayed in the air, emitting a buzzing sound. As Ling Jueyun's celestial origin energy surged out of his hand, the long sword straightened in an instant. At the same time, the phantom of a python shrouded in black chi appeared in the spear rays. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes became even more heated. There were even quite a few people who stared with their eyes wide open, unable to take their eyes off the scene in front of them. It was as though they were afraid of seeing something spectacular. Swoosh! 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 The sound of 3 explosions reverberated in the air almost at the same time. Due to the short interval between the explosions, many people only heard one of the explosions. It was Tang Sanpao who had made his move. Tang Sanpao's 3 spear rays shot toward Ling Jueyun like missiles and rockets. Although Ling Jueyun tried to dodge the attacks, the spear rays continued to chase after Ling Jueyun. It was as though the spear rays had locked onto him. Wherever the spear rays passed, the void trembled. It was as though the air was being sucked out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of 3 swords whistling in the air rang in the air. Ling Jueyun, who had dodged the spear rays, launched his attack. 3 sword rays, shrouded in black chi, shot out like 3 meteors to meet the spear rays. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 spear rays collided. There was no explosion as expected. After the 3 sword rays collided with the spear rays, they turned into 3 black mist that shrouded the spear rays and swallowed them whole. However, the black mist did not fare well either. When the spear rays disappeared, only a few of them were left and scattered with the wind. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Tang Sanpao's legs shook the void, causing the sky to tremble violently. Then he rushed toward Ling Jueyun with his spear at a speed faster than the previous 3 spear rays. In the face of the menacing Tang Sanpao, Ling Jueyun's eyes narrowed. Then his body swayed and he went up to meet him. At the same time, another figure rushed out of Ling Jueyun's body. It was his death doppelganger. Together with his original body, they met Tang Sanpao head-on. Boom! Rumble! The 3 figures kept crossing each other. Every time they gathered together, there would be an earth-shattering sound. The battle was vividly displayed in front of everyone's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, Tang Sanpao still did not gain the upper hand. At this moment, many people, including Su Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, who had regained their senses, narrowed their eyes in shock. They could see Tang Sanpao was not holding back at all. Even so, he still did not gain the upper hand. What did this mean? Ling Jueyun is also a 6-star god of war. The hearts of Su Konghai and the others shuddered. Since when did a 6-star god of war become so common? In the past, a 6-star god of war in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was enough to shock an era. Earlier, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war after Tang Sanpao. 2 6-star gods of war below the age of 1,000. However, now that Ling Jueyun had displayed his strength as a 6-star god of war, many people were shocked again. Naturally, there were also a few people who were not surprised. After all, he's from a prominent clan in the realms of gods. It would be embarrassing if he's weaker than Duan Lingtian and Tang Sanpao. You can't say that, right? Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Tang Sanpao, they're only top-tier geniuses in the Devata realms. On the other hand, Ling Jueyun might not necessarily be a top-tier genius in the realms of gods. You can't compare the two of them. I think so as well. Even among the natives of the realms of gods, there must be some mediocre geniuses, and some mediocre geniuses who might not even be as good as me. In any case, based on Ling Jueyun's strength, he's definitely not mediocre in the realms of gods. Even if he's not a top-tier genius, he's still a rare genius. Due to Ling Jueyun's background as a disciple of a prominent clan in the realms of gods, the people present were not as shocked as they were when they saw Duan Lingtian revealing his strength as a 6-star god of war. Ling Jueyun was born in the highest realm of gods in the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was born in the lowest mundane realm. Chapter 35:22. Compared to Ling Jueyun's illustrious background, Duan Lingtian came from a humble background. He relied on himself step by step to reach where he was today. Because of this, when they learned that Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war, they were shocked beyond words. Therefore, even when they saw Ling Jueyun displaying the strength of a 6-star god of war, they could still accept it. Although they were still shocked, it was not as shocking as when they learned that Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao continued. It was as intense as before. 100 moves passed in the blink of an eye. 200 moves also passed in a flash. After 300 moves, the two of them were still evenly matched. Moreover, both of them were very calm. Neither of them revealed any flaws because of their anxiety. For example, Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Xianyuan, was originally evenly matched with Zhong Guiyu. However, because he was anxious, he revealed his flaws and was defeated by Zhong Guiyu. Yu Dongfang was very unwilling to accept his defeat in that battle. However, it was useless even if he was unwilling to accept his defeat. Ling Jueyun. In the end, Tang Sanpao separated from Ling Jueyun in a flash. After keeping a distance, he said to Ling Jueyun, "It's difficult to determine the winner between us. How about we call it a draw? Although I have the divine artifact given by the title temple, with your status, you must have a better divine artifact. You haven't used the divine artifact until now. Obviously, you don't want to defeat me with the power of the divine artifact. Let's call it a draw. The ranking will still be the same. You will be first, and I will be second." When Tang Sanpao said this, in terms of ranking, it was no different from him losing. Okay, Ling Jueyun nodded. It was indeed difficult to determine the winner between him and Tang Sanpao. If they continued, it would be the same. They could only fight until one of them was tired or distracted. But it was meaningless. Based on their accumulation and temperament, neither of them would be the first to reveal a flaw unless they fought for a few months. However, at this moment, Tang Sanpao continued to say, "Although it's a tie between us and you're ranked first, the reason I joined the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata realms is to obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. I can give you the first place, but I can't give you the exploding element celestial fruit. Even if we end up in a tie, I hope you can give me the exploding element celestial fruit. I am willing to pay a certain price for it. Of course, you can also choose to draw straws with me to decide the ownership of the exploding element immortal fruit." As Tang Sanpao spoke, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He had originally thought that obtaining the exploding element immortal fruit was in the bag, but who would have thought that Ling Jueyun would appear out of nowhere, whose strength was not any weaker than his, and Duan Lingtian, who had displayed the strength of a 6-star battle god, also gave him a certain amount of pressure. As expected, Tang Sanpao's hunch was right. His greatest opponents in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were Duan, Lingtian, and Ling Jun. "Let's draw straws," Ling Jueyun said. "I'm determined to obtain the exploding element immortal fruit as well." "All right." Tang Sanpao nodded in agreement. This was, without a doubt, the best solution. After all, neither of them could defeat the other. However, it's still too early for us to talk about this. Ling Jueyun turned to look at the purple-clad young man as he said, "Don't tell me you think we can defeat Duan Lingtian." Tang Sanpao's eyes flashed when he heard Ling Jueyun's words. "We'll have to fight him in the next round to know if we can defeat him or not." Just as Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao were about to leave, a voice rang in the air. "Both of you, recover your strength." As the voice rang out, a figure stepped out from the spectator stands on a floating island and appeared before everyone's eyes. It's Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. What's Feng Qingyang trying to do? I don't know. Everyone was puzzled by Feng Qingyang's words when Su Konghai looked at Feng Qingyang and asked with a frown on his face, "Heavenly Emperor Feng, what are you doing?" "Vice Hall Master Su." Feng Qingyang looked at Su Konghai and smiled faintly. "I have something urgent to attend to, so I'm leaving with my disciple, Duan Lingtian. I hope he can fight with Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun in advance. Heavenly Emperor Feng, if you have something urgent to attend to, you can leave with Duan Lingtian. Even if you don't fight for the first, second, and third place, no one will object." Su Konghai sighed in relief inwardly. At the very least, his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would have one less competitor. Duan Lingtian was too strange. He was not even certain his junior nephew, Tang Sanpao, would be a match for Duan Lingtian. You should know the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, Su Konghai said. Of course. Feng Qingyang nodded and continued to say, For this reason, I plan to let my disciple, Duan Lingtian, fight in advance according to the rules of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. If I'm not mistaken, there's a rule in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. If there's a special circumstance, the top 30 can challenge each other at any time. Under such circumstances, even my disciple, Duan Lingtian, can challenge each other at any time. Feng Qingyang said. You mean? Su Konghai's expression changed drastically when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. An expression of shock and disbelief could be seen on his face. That's right. Feng Qingyang nodded. I plan to let him challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time. I let him fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time. Naturally, before that, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun can recover their strength until they're at their peak. The entire place fell silent when Feng Qingyang finished speaking. There was indeed a rule in the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. If a person ranked lower than him wanted to challenge the two people ranked higher than him at the same time, he could do so at any time. There was no need to follow the order of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. This was also a type of privilege. However, one had to be strong enough to obtain this privilege. Heavens! I was wondering why Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang suddenly stepped forward. I didn't expect he would let his disciple, Duan Lingtian, fight Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun alone. Although Duan Lingtian is a 6-star god of war, Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun are 6-star gods of war as well. Where does the Heavenly Emperor Feng get his confidence from to let Duan Lingtian challenge Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun at the same time? It's not that simple to fight two people at the same time. When everyone regained their senses, whether it was the heavenly emperors of Devata realms, the high-ranking officials from the various title temples, or the group of young geniuses, all of them were shocked. Even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, who was sitting next to Feng Qingyang, did not expect Feng Qingyang would suddenly stand up because of this matter. Master, it seems like Junior Uncle Feng is very confident in Junior Brother Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Ding Fu's disciple, Wei Qi, who was standing behind Ding Fu, said with bright eyes. Of course, I can see that. Ding Fu nodded. At the same time, he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, If I'm not mistaken, Junior Nephew Duan must have something that Junior Brother Feng obtained from the Azura Hell. Naturally, it's also possible that Junior Nephew Duan is still hiding his true strength. Ding Fu said. Still hiding his true strength? Wei Qi was shocked. Don't tell me he's a top 6-star god of war. That's impossible, right? A top 6-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? Even if he's a top 6-star god of war, it's impossible for him to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun if they join forces. Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun aren't ordinary 6-star gods of war. Their strength is close to that of a top 6-star god of war. Ding Fu's eyes glinted as he said, Unless he's a 7-star god of war. 7-star god of war? Hearing this, Wei Qi swallowed hard and said with a look of disbelief, Is that possible? A 7-star god of war who's not even 700 years old? In the history of the Devata realms, there hasn't been a 7-star god of war who's not even 1,000 years old, right? For this reason, I think it's the former. Junior Nephew Duan might have something that the Wind Celestial Emperor obtained from the Azura Hell. It might be a high-grade divine artifact with a soul. Ding Fu said, As far as I know, there are different grades of divine artifacts. There are primitive divine artifacts, mediocre-grade divine artifacts, prominent divine artifacts, and supreme-grade divine artifacts. After that, there are supreme divine artifacts. It was clear Ding Fu knew a lot. Su Konghai, the vice palace master of the Tidal Temple, had the same thought as well. His eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Qingyang and said, "Indeed, the Tidal Temple has such a rule for the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. However, there's a condition that the titled god emperors aren't allowed to use any external forces. Once this condition is added, both Tang Sanpao and Ling Jun won't be able to use their celestial weapons. As for Duan Lingtian, he won't be able to use his celestial weapons as well. In fact, he won't be able to use any external forces other than himself." The moment Su Konghai spoke, it could be said that he had sealed Duan Lingtian's path of relying on external help. He knew Feng Qingyang must have obtained something from the Azura Hell that allowed Duan Lingtian to defeat Tang Sanpao and Ling Jueyun. For this reason, he had added this condition on behalf of the Tidal Temple. "Of course, it's up to you." Su Konghai, who thought Feng Qingyang would back off, did not expect Feng Qingyang would accept his condition so easily. Su Konghai's eyes twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Was Feng Qingyang really that confident in Duan Lingtian? Where did he get his confidence from? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Chapter 35-23. Both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao could not help but look at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They did not expect Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, to join the battle. Moreover, they did not expect Feng Qingyang would agree to Duan Lingtian's request. Moreover, he was following the rules set by the Tidal Temple for the battles between geniuses in the Devata realms. Ling Jueyun, it seems like Duan Lingtian's strength is beyond our expectations. Tang Sanpao sent a voice transmission to Ling Jueyun. However, Ling Jueyun ignored Tang Sanpao's words. He turned to look at Duan Lingtian in the distance before he sat cross-legged in the air. He took out a few pills and consumed them to restore his celestial origin energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Sanpao also sat down and consumed some pills to restore his celestial origin energy. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had followed the rules set by the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Although they felt it was humiliating, they had no choice but to accept it. They could join forces to defeat Duan Lingtian and slap Feng Qingyang in the face. Naturally, they knew Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. Moreover, he did not reject Feng Qingyang's request, even though Su Konghai, the host of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, had suggested Feng Qingyang was confident in Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Ling Jueyun was inwardly shocked, even though he did not show it on his face. Ever since he had parted ways with Duan Lingtian, he was confident he was stronger than Duan Lingtian because of his foundation from the realms of gods and the fortuitous encounters he had obtained over the years. Although Duan Lingtian had displayed the strength of a 6-star god of war during the Devata realm's battle of geniuses, he was not discouraged at all. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be stronger than him even if Duan Lingtian was a 6-star god of war. However, now that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had joined the battle, Ling Jueyun realized Duan Lingtian was stronger than Duan Lingtian. Ling Jueyun was certain Duan Lingtian was stronger than Ling Jueyun. Not only was Feng Qingyang the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and Ling Jueyun, he was also a godly powerhouse. For him to make such a request, Ling Jueyun, it meant he was confident Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Duan Jueyun, and Duan Jueyun, Ling Jueyun would be. In that case, we'll wait for them to recover before we fight Duan Lingtian. Su Konghai tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart when he heard Feng Qingyang agreeing to his request. Not only was he speaking to Feng Qingyang, but he was also speaking to everyone present on the scene. All right. When Feng Qingyang returned to his seat next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, the young geniuses present on the scene finally regained their senses. All of them were shocked. Heavens! The legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary, destructive heaven actually agreed to such a request. Not being able to rely on external forces isn't as simple as not being able to use celestial artifacts and divine artifacts. Under such circumstances, any force that doesn't belong to you can't rely on it. Once you rely on it, you'll be judged to have lost the battle and be eliminated. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really confident in his only true disciple. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is so confident, it means Duan Lingtian is strong enough to deal with Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Their gazes seemed to have come to an agreement as they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Before his master, Feng Qingyang, had entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, through voice transmission. Feng Qingyang had said his master's true body had found a secret room similar to the Law of Laws in the Tidal Temple in the Azura Hell. Naturally, the secret room only contained one type of law, the Law of Time. However, since the secret room contained a lot of the Law of Time, it was more than enough for him to absorb. Currently, Duan Lingtian's master's true body had successfully mastered all the profundities from the Law of Time in the secret room. Moreover, his master had successfully formed a clone of the Law of Time. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked when he heard this news. According to his master, that place was enough for him to comprehend all the profundities from the Law of Time. However, he could only rely on himself if he wanted to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time with the Law of Time. There was no external force that could help him, let alone titled celestial emperors who were still trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. Even the gods in the realms of gods were trying to fuse all the profundities from the Law of Time. After all, the gods in the realms of gods who had the same cultivation base would be stronger if they mastered more profundities from the Law of Time. Duan Lingtian, are you confident? Su Li's voice rang in the air, interrupting Duan Lingtian's train of thought. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Previously, Duan Lingtian had ignored the gazes that were directed at him from the surroundings. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile on his face. When Su Li heard Duan Lingtian's reply, his eyes instantly lit up. At the same time, he had a bitter smile on his face as he said, I originally thought I was already closer to you now, but now it seems like I've been thrown further and further away by you. At the same time, Zhang Tianyu Wangting and He Jianyi, who were sitting in the back row, looked at Duan Lingtian's silhouette with disbelief in their eyes. They could not help but blush when they recalled how they had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Do all of you think Duan Lingtian has a high chance of winning? While Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao were recovering their celestial origin energies, the people present on the scene were busy discussing the upcoming battle. Although they had to wait for the battle to begin, they felt it was worth the wait. Nobody was in a hurry. At the same time, the group of heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the various tidal temples branches were also whispering among themselves. The Wind Heaven Emperor is too confident in his only true disciple. I think Duan Lingtian might be able to defeat Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. That might not be the case. Perhaps this is just a test from the Wind Heaven Emperor to Duan Lingtian. In any case, Duan Lingtian is definitely stronger than Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. As for whether he'll be able to defeat both of them, we'll have to wait for the results. Among the people present on the scene, some of them felt that Duan Lingtian was capable of defeating both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao. Some of them felt that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wanted to test Duan Lingtian by allowing him to fight both Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao on his own. However, Although they all had their own thoughts, they were only guesses. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle. After about 2 hours, Ling Jueyun opened his eyes and stood up. He looked at Su Konghai and said, "I've recovered to my peak state. I can make a move at any time." "All right." At the same time, Tang Sanpao opened his eyes and stood up as well. "I've recovered as well." "You've recovered." When Ling Jueyun and Tang Sanpao announced that they had recovered to their peak state, everyone's eyes lit up. Swoosh! There was no need for anyone to remind Duan Lingtian. He stepped into the air and entered the ring in just a blink of an eye. Currently, Duan Lingtian was undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Not a single person's gaze was not on him. Faced with the numerous gazes, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged and was calm as before. "Brother Feng, you're so confident in junior nephew Duan. Do you think he'll win this battle?" At this moment, Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time when he saw Duan Lingtian entering the ring. "Under normal circumstances, it should be fine," Feng Qingyang replied. "Under normal circumstances?" Ding Fu was stunned. He did not know why Feng Qingyang was so confident. "Brother Feng, what do you mean by that?" Feng Qingyang looked at Duan Lingtian in the distance and said unhurriedly, "It's because I don't know much about this disciple of mine." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, not only was Ding Fu speechless, but even Wei Qi was rendered speechless. On the other hand, Meng Luo, who was standing behind Feng Qingyang, remained calm. He did not seem surprised at all. It was obvious he had expected this. Duan Lingtian, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao faced each other in the ring. "Duan Lingtian." Tang Sanpao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like I've underestimated you. Today, let's see how big the gap is between us." It was obvious Tang Sanpao felt Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. He felt this way because of Feng Qingyang, the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. When Tang Sanpao first approached Duan Lingtian, he had said that Feng Qingyang was his idol. He did not lie to Duan Lingtian because he truly regarded Feng Qingyang as his idol. Naturally, he believed his idol's words. Ling Jueyun remained silent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with battle intent, and a hint of solemnity could be seen in them. "Duan Lingtian." At this moment, Su Konghai looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Duan Lingtian, apart from the fact that you can't rely on external help, you'll lose the right to challenge any one of them if you lose. You can say that if you lose, even if you're stronger than Tang Sanpao or Ling Jueyun, you won't be able to challenge either of them." Duan Lingtian said, "Are you clear about this?" Su Konghai asked. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of the rules of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. "In that case, all of you may begin." As soon as Su Konghai finished speaking, the eyes of the onlookers lit up immediately. They stared intently at Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao, and Ling Jueyun as though they were afraid they would miss out on something exciting. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.